Okay, so listen, I knew I was muted this time, but thank you for warning me. I was trying to... Why in the hell is that the first... Hi, Dorian. Anyway, okay. Okay, so to answer, whatchamacallit, the question from Kojo, February Short Queen, yes. Elizabeth's true name wouldn't necessarily change just because she's in a different body. What happened to Yamada was very different than what was happening to Elizabeth. Although, like, I could see an argument to say that it was at least slightly altered. If a true name was just like in letters, let's say, like the English language, I would say like Elizabeth might have like one letter changed. Where what happened with Yamada, that's just a whole new name. Bro went to the name store and bought a new name because the very essence of what he is conjoined with another being, which is a lot different than just having your essence transferred into a different soulless body. But I could see the argument for why it would at least be somewhat altered. I'm enjoying the Grail War for that wish. Oh yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, a fusion is different than just switching. And in terms of an alteration of one's true essence is what a true name is supposed to be. It's a little bit. So in terms of severity, in terms of a tier list, we did the tier list for the true name tier list. Oh man, I think that oh god, who was it? Someone was messaging me a couple of weeks ago, and they were like, "Man, I can't wait for the Q&A at the end of Fate Harmacists." I think it was Crede, yeah. Oh boy, I can't wait for the Q&A. I'm gonna get railed as you guys are asking me a whole bunch of questions. Anyway, I can't keep you all to myself, chat. I have to go. I have to share you. I have to share you with the others. One moment. God, I'm just clicking things. Hold on. Pause. I can do it, I promise. That's a music change. Anyway. Hello, how's it going?
Febu Febu.
February
Febu here to protect your smile.
Febu. That's
No.
is that what she says?
God. Yeah, you
Yeah,
don't talk shit about you don't talk shit about February.
Yeah, February is she is a gardener. She's short and she greets you by saying Febu Febu.
February.
You know, because yeah.
Oh god, I'm getting more of an image now. So she's like, so Febu-chan. Oh, I didn't even do that on purpose.
Yes, that's working already. That's working. That was your
Oh my fucking!
what
Why
do they
does this
call
work
your
so well?
your
Why does this
Fucoco
keep
or your
working?
Foyomoko, whatever the fuck they're called, the Pokemon ass sounding names.
Oh, I think
The
that's
Kendrick
what,
Lamar VTubers or whatever.
I think that's what happened. Yeah, was that I was still my mind after talking to Dom this morning. My mind was still on Fua-chan and Moko-chan, and so I said Febu-chan.
This feels so weird coming out of your mouth. I don't know why, bro.
No, okay, I've told you before. Okay, so I've told you before. Hold on. I don't actually watch. I've never watched an actual stream of Fuamoko, okay? You must understand me. I don't watch VTubers, but me and Dimtom...
Wait, can I roll perception on that?
No, listen. Me and Dimtom are constantly memeing and one-upping each other, and pretending that we are both really big Fuamoko-chans. I don't remember how this started. I think I linked him the Kendrick Lamar cover, and we've just continuously we're like, no, I'm the bigger fan. No, I'm the bigger fan.
Yeah, it's just it's just gone higher and higher,
Yes.
and now it just escalated to the point where you're pre-ordering body pillows
Shut up.
off a scalper on eBay.
Shut up. Yeah, me and Dom almost bought Four Mocha body pillows this morning. The problem is that holy shit,
That's a hell of a sentence.
those things are
You're
expensive.
leaving a lie.
Those things are expensive.
Your
I
Your
looked at-
Honor,
we
you
looked
gotta
at-
understand. I bought the body
It was
pillow
a
as a
joke.
joke.
It was a
It's
joke.
not
It was a joke. So listen, I've done funnier things.
All
as a
the
joke.
stains are just a joke, Your Honor.
I've done funnier things as a joke. My problem is that holy crap, you don't even get the pillow. It's just the cover. And those things cost so much. Have you ever looked into this economy? What's going on? It's not worth it.
Do you understand now, Dio, why the Gooners are so bad? Look at their funding. Look at
They
what
must
they've
have
caused.
funding, Jesus. Because I would expect that. Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. It's
Man,
just
it
in case you were curious, in case you were ever curious, the cover itself is it's $70 and it comes with no pillow. Did you think it would come with the pillow? Yes, I thought the body pillow would come with a pillow.
No, because they expect you to come with the pillow.
It was
Hey
how
yo,
much?
funny
Yes,
joke.
it was $70, Don Laffy. Just for the
It
cover.
was a joke, Your Honor.
For the cover. You get no pillow, just the cover, and it's $70.
Man, the
Before
impact of
shipping.
inflation on the body pillow economy is like
It's not even
Nice.
worth it for the joke. Yes, it is official merch, yes. Oh,
No,
'cause if
listen,
it-
you buy unofficial merch, you get like actual body pillow, and yeah, enough said.
Yeah, if it was like, because I even told Dom, I was like, listen, if this was like 20 or 30 bucks, I would 100% buy this shit as a joke. I would 100%
Batteries not
buy
included.
this shit as a joke.
What the fuck would you use batteries for in a pillow?
Batteries not included.
It's like my LED lights for my pillow.
My LED lights. Got it tricked out with a nitrous engine.
Yeah, that's right. I bought Disco Nitro on my pillow. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know. I've never, even though I am a degenerate, I've never looked into that economy before, Don Laffy. I didn't know what I expected it to be. I didn't expect it to be that, though. It did surprise me. But I mean, to be fair, I've never really looked into, like, idol merch before, so I guess, like, maybe it just is all just super expensive because people are insane. People
It's
are
a little bit
devoted.
This is a little bit of a free fun fact because I've found because I have a different fun fact, but I actually learned how much those things cost because I was looking for an Emmett Salk body pillow at one point, but
Was that also official?
no, there's no way in hell.
Gotcha. Did you see Supa's video where he got sponsored by the body pillow company? Wait, didn't? Oh
What?
god, that was an older video. Didn't he lose the sponsorship somehow? He lost the sponsorship somehow, didn't he? No, was it Supa? I remember one of C Squad talked about this, didn't they?
Bro, I gotta ask him tomorrow then.
I think that I don't know if it was Super or not. I think one of C Squad was talking about how they had the body pillow company asked to sponsor them, and then they asked some questions to the body pillow company, and they just stopped responding. So it must have not been Super then. Who was it? Was it Isaac? No, certainly not. I don't remember who it was.
Damn.
I had a
Guess
man
I'm gonna
message
have
me.
to ask them.
So
Like,
chat,
you know,
yeah,
next
chat.
time we run.
Ask C Squad the next time that they run who got sponsored by the body pillow company and then got dropped. Was it Kuragi? Oh, it might have been Kuragi. It might have been Kuragi, actually.
Yeah, that sounds very Kuragi.
Oh, wait. I think you're right. I think you're right, actually. Ask Kuragi, because I think that Kuragi was gonna get sponsored by the body pillow company and then sent so many questions that were degenerate to the company over email that they stopped wanting to sponsor him. Ask Kuragi.
That sounds insane.
I
But
remember-
also, I kind of believe
I
that Kuragi
remember.
would do that.
Yeah, I remember
Am I?
hearing
Can you
that.
imagine that? Am I allowed to goon on the pillow in the sponsorship section?
Oh man,
Jesus Christ.
that checks out. I love how
Yeah.
all of chat is just like, oh yeah, that's Kuragi.
Yeah, that sounds like Kuragi.
All of chat, every single one of chat was like, no, that's Kuragi. Yeah, that's Kuragi. That's for
I don't
sure.
care.
Kuragi.
I don't care what Karagi has. That's going. on the tombstone.
With that money, it's Kuragi. There's not a single Kuragi defender in the chat. Every single chat member was like, "Nah, it's Kuragi. That's my homeboy. That's him. That's my man's."
Oh man, a great reputation, yo.
Oh man, all right. Anyway, we are not here to lambaste Kuragi. We are here to play D&D, but before that, as usual,
We are.
we are now in the graces of Febu-chan, the short gardener. So let's get some Febu-chan. God, I hate saying it actually. Let's get some Febu-chan fun facts of the day. All right.
Just say Feruberi.
Oh god.
There's like the little shop that she owns down the street where she does like shortcakes and stuff, and they all have berries on top. It's a law.
That's welcome back, Rajak. Yeah, our streaming time can be a little raw. It's like the only time that works for most of us though, because we're all in different time zones. Anyway, let's start off though.
Yeah.
Okay. Since you gave us the gardener fun facts, Kaiser, what's your Febu-chan fun fact of the day? The very first, it's the second.
Leo, you remind me of a sea lion.
What do you mean?
Because I can see you lying in my bed tonight.
You rehearse that or
Risu.
come up with that on the spot? You can't. That's the.
Risu,
Yes.
Risu, I've heard you like to draw.
Uh
It's funny because I would like to put my D in raw.
huh.
Jesus.
Correct?
I don't want to engage with this. I'm
fuck
scared.
yourself.
Thank you. You know, I'll take this.
Well, welcome, Wiggly Jiggly. Did not expect to run into you. This is all of you. Oh man.
Fun fact, I have a question to the group. Has anybody here ever started watching an anime just because the opening is a fucking banger?
Yeah, multiple times.
All the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
All the time.
Fair enough,
Very
yeah.
consistently,
100%.
actually.
That's probably how I find my anime most of the time. Besides word of mouth, honestly.
I don't.
Fair enough, because
It doesn't happen to me as often anymore because I read so much manga. I read so much more manga than I watch anime now. So very often, if I'm watching an anime, it's because I've already read the manga and I think it's good.
yeah. It's fair enough, man. Like, I've had this week because I've been listening to the fucking Oshinoko opening on loop for like weeks, and this week I was like, okay, I gotta watch the actual show now. Damn, man. Like, I have not watched any anime in a long time, but this pretty good show.
Yeah, Oshinoko is good.
The 1 hour opening episode is, you know, you're
Whoa.
like, okay, cool. Yeah, they're doing it. Mhm.
That was a good fucking first episode, by the way, man. Like,
Yeah,
one of the strongest first episodes I've ever seen.
Oshinoko, good. 2 thumbs up from me. Good show. I've heard
Yeah, good job.
the ending's terrible, and so I just refuse to finish the manga.
I have heard
like
some
right
things
near,
about the.
I'm like right near
I
the
have
ending.
heard
I
some
just
things
refuse to
about
finish
the
it.
ending. It's gonna be a ride, I feel. Another fun fact: watching other people play Crash Bandicoot makes me feel deeply insecure.
Okay.
You're still in the Crash Bandicoot arc?
See, I have found a sentence online, and I kind of agree with it. Crash Bandicoot is the Dark Souls of action platformers. I would like
it's
to
pretty hard, yeah.
rephrase that. I think that Dark Souls is the Crash Bandicoot of action RPGs.
Whoa.
It's nuts.
Oh,
It's actually
man.
very hard, bro. Like,
Blue Exorcist OP was amazing, by the way, Raja. God, both of them are good. Both of them, was it Core Pride and I don't remember the
Something
second
else,
opening. Yeah,
I
don't
remember.
I remember. I know the song. I just don't remember.
In My
what
World.
In My World, yes. Thank you. Yeah, In My World and
Yeah.
Core Pride are both extremely good. The
I
all right. So Riso,
I want to end this off
Oh.
with one little fun fact, one last one.
another one.
Skorek. Do you need a stat?
A stat?
Because I already got the STD. All I need is you. Febu Febu.
That
Yeah,
was deranged.
I thought I had been spared.
What is deranged, by the way? That one.
It's always like, I don't know why. Like, you say this sort of thing from time to time, but I always delude myself. I'm like, ah, yes, Kaiser, he's a venerable gentleman. And then every now and then you just kind of like hit me with that shit. I'm like,
No, you
oh,
know what
wow.
it was? I've actually like very much moved away from like this sort of like degenerate humor or whatever. But like this week, I watched an old KSI video where he just put out all of these shitty ass pickup lines, and I was like, next Harmacists stream, I'm gonna drop some of those and just leave. It's gonna be funny.
It is really funny.
Fair enough.
I'm curious because I'm not the kind of guy to go to a bar to pick up chicks, but do pickup lines like that actually work? Like, what's the success
Probably
rate?
not.
There's no shot,
Probably
right?
not.
Because so that's
Some
my
of them
mind.
will
So-
land you
so
in
I'm like-
jail as
So I'm
well.
like, there's no shot it works, but then it's like, it's so bad that it might be good. You know what I mean? Like, it's
Yeah, if
It's
you
so
find a
terrible.
particularly
It's-
funny one,
it's
it
so
could potentially
terrible.
be good.
It's so
Yeah.
no. You don't find the funny one. No, Skorak. You don't find the funny one. You find the worst one possible because it's got to be so bad that it's good. You do not go for the funny one. I don't want them to chuckle.
Some of those in the old KSI video where like if I set them on stream, the stream would be deleted. It's like an old video. It's like
Oh no.
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't want them to chuckle. I want them to be afraid.
That's a
The only
lawsuit.
pickup line I can see working is please, 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 please.
Oh god, wet dog energy. I'm not even gonna ask. Anyway, Risu,
If you
what is
if
your
you need some
Just
good
go
lines, I
on.
have a dealer in my WhatsApp.
Oh dear God.
what's your Febu-chan fun fact of the day? Not your free one, your actual fun fact, the one we're paying for.
Dude, it's pretty insane. So I've been throwing a lot lately, and then I found this game that's yet to come out. That's still early in development, and I joined their Discord and I saw one of the characters and I really liked it. So I drew fan art and I posted it there, and the devs really liked it, and so I suggested, because of how she looks and what she is, that she gets a very particular move, and they responded with a write that down gif. So I'm gonna take that as that's officially in the game now, just when they develop it. So
Nice.
when that happens, all me.
Oh,
Like,
man.
I won't specify what it is yet. one day.
Arisu.
I have screenshots.
Polaris check.
I have screenshots. Hell yeah. Risu's out here. Listen, Risu, just as much as a developer, all right? Risu's out here on the forefront of gaming tech. I'm very curious to know what game that is later on, though.
Yeah, same.
All right, that was
Possible.
I think that was like a legitimate fun fact, you know, just like it's a fact that people didn't know about. It's a little fun. It's like opening up a bottle of Snapple. You know what I mean? Tastes like dog shit, but like you get that little fun fact on the cap. You know what I mean? I've never liked Snapple. Anyway, that's my fun fact. The Skorak.
I don't know what Snapple is.
Snapple? Oh, do you
That's
guys
my
not have
fun fact.
Snapple?
No, it's
we
so
don't.
bad it didn't get overseas.
It's like a fruit juice.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe you.
Their gimmick was that they had a whole bunch of fun facts on the inside of the lids. So you would buy it and then you would open it and then you would pop it open, look at the bottom of the lid that would just have like a random fact of the world that they printed out from Wikipedia.
Dude, I should have been told about this sooner. This sounds like Noah Core.
Noah's buying Snapple when he worked at McDonald's. That sounds so realistic.
Can you just give me the cap? I know none of you read it anyway.
Dorian, write that down. Write that down. The Snapple energy.
Yeah.
All right, but
All right.
all right. Now it
but
comes
yeah,
down to
yeah.
you. It's usually Risu that's
So-
the last one.
True. So, you know what else Febu-chan is besides a gardener?
Short.
A weed whacker.
True.
What?
Oh,
A tax evader?
What? Okay, well, that's good lore. That's good lore. We should.
She has
But
she has
also,
pushed her grandma down the stairs.
anyhow, she's also the host of the new Harmacists series, City of Churches, that starts tomorrow.
Oh, I see what you did
That
there.
is-
But tomorrow's
Yeah.
Monday. I don't get it.
I actually,
Yes.
she's the host. I see. That's why she's evading her taxes, because she's smuggling the JoJo's characters into the channel.
Yeah, she's the one bankrolling the series.
Listen,
yes.
as long as you include it in one of the streams, right? Like for like something, you can now buy JoJo's figures with a tax write-off.
But yes,
It's a
new
business
Harmacists
expense.
series, JoJo's City of Churches tomorrow, 2 hours from now, I guess. So like when this episode starts, in 2 hours, right? I hope you got it. You got what I mean.
2 hours.
Wow, we should
after
really
the-
get like
2 hours.
UTC or like
Yeah, I know we don't. Yeah, 2
That's
hours after the
fucking-
usual start of this stream. Yeah.
BLG or like I don't know.
BLG.
PRX. I don't know what a
PB&J.
timeline's called. Yeah, PB&J.
Oh.
3 o'clock PB&J time.
Yeah.
Just use daily reset from Arknights. Bro.
None of us play
None of us
Arknights.
play
Yeah, I don't
Arknights
remember.
anymore.
The problem is that the daily reset changes depending on if I'm on fucking daylight savings or not for me. So it's like I can't use it. Like I don't know which one it is now.
I do remember when we just used to use daily reset to tell the time for when we were supposed
It
to
was
start.
actually very efficient.
It
by the way.
was.
Like
It
this was a good
yes.
system.
It was so efficient because all of us knew when the Arknights daily reset was in our time period. But it doesn't work anymore because no one plays Arknights anymore. No. No.
Also, holy
Yo.
shit, Gulag with the 10 gifted.
Thank
Thank you so
you.
Oh, I always love the 10 gifted hitting people I've never seen once in chat.
Yeah.
Aha! Those are stalking. I see you.
Guys, this Sir Gacha himself got a gifted sub. Bro, we've made it.
Hosa got one.
is
That's super
It's
funny.
John Gacha.
Oh dear God.
All
Bro,
right.
you trolling again?
Oh, okay. So,
No.
Dungeons and Dragons, everyone. Who's
No.
excited? Come
You haven't
on.
given your own fun fact yet, brother. Like
My
it's,
fun
there are
fact is that I
certain
don't like
rules.
Snapple. What do you mean? There are
Fuck is
rules.
Snapple.
There are rules.
You must have entire plot.
Oh, God, now I'm put on the spot. My Snapple fun fact wasn't enough for Febu-chan, apparently. Hold on, let me think. My fun fact. What has happened over the last week?
What has happened?
My fun fact. Oh God.
Hey, if you want, I could, I could like tag team you one.
I could loan you a fun
no,
fact
no,
if you
no.
want.
Yeah.
You-
My,
I am
my,
Astrobot.
my fun fact is
Astro.
a reminder that Monster Hunter Wilds comes out at the end of this month.
Oh, true.
That's
Oh,
my
cool,
fun
cool,
fact.
yeah.
A reminder. Wait, what is the actual release date? Because I might have to. I might be sick on that day if it's a Sunday.
It's very late in February. It's like
Monster
the last
Hunter
Friday,
Wilds.
23rd.
I think it's the 23rd. 28th. Okay. I
My
lied.
fun fact is that I may have forgot to increase Noah's HP by toughness.
Was it? What do you mean? Oh,
You have to do that
was it
manually?
Civ
No.
7?
I'm pretty sure.
No. It's done automatically. You put a bunch of modifiers, and every time you raise your level, it raises it automatically because there's no rolling.
No, my other says 9. There we go. I fixed it.
Gotcha. Yeah, so my fun fact is that I'm buying 2 different games this month. It's going to be Civ 7 and Monster Hunter Wilds. There we
I'm
go.
just saying,
gonna
for the
be-
same price, you could buy a body pillow without the
Shut
pillow.
the fuck
And that's gonna give you way more fun than those games, bro.
Oh, God, it's so expensive. It costs more than Monster Hunter Wilds, bro. But it doesn't even come with the pillow. Anyway.
Because I mean, if when you have it, you'll be Monster Hunter Wilding, you know.
She
All
hunt
right.
my monster till I wild.
Oh, but okay. Ooh, we've had our fun, but unfortunately, fortunately, we must go back to bed. The last time that we were here, most of the party, or no, all of the party, had come together after the vortex, as it were, that had gotten most of the villagers that had wanted to leave out of the city. Elizabeth had sacrificed herself by taking most of the curse inside of her, and then asking Lamatsu to eat all of her memories and all of her emotions, so that the curse was trapped inside of an animate body. This worked, however, it meant that Elizabeth meant that Elizabeth needed a new body, obviously, and or that they needed to find a way to get her back from Lamatsu. After some debates here and there, where, as usual, the Blair family tried to one-up themselves constantly, trying to sacrifice themselves for each other, eventually Noah landed on the idea of him taking the place of Elizabeth. The idea was floated that maybe because the Rakshasa hated the curse so much that maybe the party just, destroys the curse that's right behind Lamatsu, the curse that is inside the Rakshasa caves, and in return they would return Elizabeth. However, Noah went big. Noah's a gambler. Noah, at his heart, is a gotcha game player. And decided that instead he would fully take over Elizabeth's role, and then promise the Rakshasa that he would eliminate every single part of the curse, or he would suffer the same fate as Elizabeth, being devoured by Lamatsu. So that's the stage that we're currently on. Is that, I mean, and to be fair, as a reminder again, for all of the other things that Noah has done, Noah has also completely screwed over his magical circuits and or even parts of his soul by using magic that he really wasn't supposed to. And so if he taps into his time magic again, Noah just might disappear entirely. So Noah, and also Noah has the one-time use Row Ice from Lancer. So Noah just has all of these one-time use
No.
abilities.
You're forgetting. There's also the coin from Ryder. I had to write these all down today. There's
Yes.
Memento Mori from Costa,
Yes.
the Infinite Magic Bracelet from Lucille, and
Yeah.
I have Ikshan's pistol.
Yeah.
No, that's not important, but I have it.
Just collecting shit from the NPCs, and most of them can only ever be used once, and then they're gone, or you die. Oh man, yeah. So that's the current situation, is that Noah is trying his best to take over the main character role from Elizabeth, and has been for a while, and I think now is actually caught up, because now he has, oh god, you have Ryder and Archer as your servants. You have Ro Ias, you have Time Magic, you have the Rakshasas. I did not actually take a step back and really look at all the shit that Noah has. Noah is actually a force to be reckoned with.
I wasn't trying to do any of these, by the way. I really wasn't.
Noah became the most powerful main character by looting.
Look, we stole the book from Costa because we wanted to keep it away from him. We got the shield from Lancer because we actually wanted to get him on our side so that he could have mana to help the people go through. Right? We didn't want to actually use him unless he made it back.
I think Noah could beat Goku. I mean, listen, yeah, Noah. Now that I take a step back and look at it, Noah has a ton of stuff. And I mean, like, as mentioned before, we are closing in on the end of the campaign. And so as a reminder to all of you, the only pieces of the curse that are left that you all know of is the one that is behind Lamatsu right now, and out of character, it's just the amalgamation between Grace's and Yamada's. But in character, I think that you might actually, you don't know that. But there are, we're narrowing it down to the final confrontation, of which we got a little sneak peek, because at the very end of last session, Elizabeth had a little chat with the snake, where the snake had offered peace, had offered a path forward that did not involve having to murder each other, and Elizabeth, being Elizabeth Blair, said, nah, I'd win. I think that that's a good place to pick up. And actually, I should have asked this before, Skorak. Did you actually ever decide on what Elizabeth's new body looks like, or no?
Yes, we did the poll, and there was an answer, and the people spoke, and we actually have one now. I can send it to you if you want.
Yeah.
I really felt that I was gonna go. We had a poll, the people answered, they were wrong. I chose something better.
Yes.
You know, it wasn't the
post it
one I
in the-
picked either, but you know, I can post it in the where.
Thank you.
in the group, Harmacists Media,
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
and everybody can see it there.
It's already there, technically, I believe.
Yeah,
They've already
technically, I guess
voted
I
on
can
it.
put it. New list.
I will
There we go.
repost it without. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, you already posted it. You got it. And so yes, because as a reminder, so from Elizabeth's perspective, she had passed out after giving all of her memories and all of her emotions to Lamatsu. And while you were in there, by the way, Skorak, in case you were curious, from Liz's perspective, it was just nothing but like a nightless dream, or a dreamless night. Sorry. It was just black. It was just nothingness. And then as you started to wake up, that's when you got put into the citadel where the curse had talked to you very briefly. And then actually, right where we had left off, you open your eyes. And you feel strange for a couple of obvious reasons.
Yeah. So I guess the big changes now is that before where her hair was black with like a little bit of like green accentation, now it's just full on like green, right? Like her hair is like a more light, like you know, and her eyes have completely switched color. They were blue before, now they're red. And I would say in general her features are a bit softer.
And the writer, and you it takes you a second to like get your bearings about like where you even are. The very first thing you probably notice that you're in a cave, but then you notice like the weirdness it is to like move your arms and whatnot, and everything feels like slightly off. And then you realize that you were being held up by the scruff of the back of your collar of your shirt by Ryder as she drops you down onto the ground. Not like she wasn't like holding you up high so it don't like collapse down or anything like that, but
Yeah, I do think she still probably just, you know, falls to her knees to just kind of like get her bearings. So it's like, oh, that's something for sure.
Lamatsu, who is still sitting in front of you, his whole entire body blocking the entirety of the cave and what is past him. His eye spins around, looks at all of you individually, as if like trying to remember all of your faces, and then lingers on Elizabeth, and then looks over back towards Noah.
My part of the deal is done.
Thank you.
I expect you to do better than your predecessor. If you can count on us.
And yet, so not his full part of the deal, by the way. He still is, as you can count on us. He is still going to fight with you, but he is saying that the Elizabeth is back now. That part of the deal is done.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, and we spoke about this on the way, yeah. And so I was just gonna look to Lamatsu. Is there really no way to get any of Maria's parts back? Is it really already gone?
Who exactly are you asking?
Lamatsu. The big eye.
The big eye.
Yeah, we'll say Liz probably like raises a brow that she's also interested in the answer, even though she knows it already, she thinks.
The curse is a curse.
Oh wait, no. Pause. Wait. Let me think. My bad. I'm zoned in now. Ignore what I just said.
I was about to say, wait a
I
second.
thought you meant Elizabeth, and then when I saw Maria, I was like, oh, okay. I thought you were, my bad. That was my legitimate, my bad. I thought you were asking, is it possible to get to put Elizabeth's soul back into whatchamacallit's body?
You just dropped the
into our
Oblivion
original
NPC dialogue line.
Yes,
as a
I
standard
did. Yeah,
line.
yes.
It's like, which way to the city? The weather is nice today.
The weather is nice today. Yeah, no. I was like, wait. Oh, he said
People
Maria,
die
didn't
when
he?
they are killed.
Yeah, he said Maria, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yep.
James, so when you ask that, then James flinches a bit because he knows the answer the same way that you know the answer. And like he looks over at you, and he can probably tell you know the answer too, right? Because you had mentioned that like you already kind of knew what was to be expected.
Yeah.
And Lamatsu doesn't. He shifts his body weight a little bit, as if he's like slightly uncomfortable, but he does not look remorseful. Just like that's a rough question. Before answering.
That's rough, buddy.
What has been eaten cannot be returned. It is far too late. If it could be returned, it could not be done with our power.
Thank you.
Makes sense.
I just wanted to make sure.
Question, Lamatsu. Is this pillar important? She points at one of the like rock, like outcroppings.
Well, Lamatsu like looks over at it for a long while and then shakes his head no.
All right, I'm just gonna do a 31 athletics and just smash it with my fist. Just like,
Yeah, it takes like a little bit getting used to.
still works
but
as intended.
yeah, Ryder did choose a body that was rather similar to yours. So like the adaptation is going to take like a little bit getting used to. Even like walking feels like a little weird, but your power is still there, and like your training is never going to go away because it's out of your mind.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Boom. It. Gotta say, gotta think whoever picked this one. Definitely gonna be easier than, well, most other vessels, but, my plan worked, so all's well that ends well.
I tried to find the sword on your body, but
And like Lamatsu just like not Lamatsu, Ryder shrugs a little bit. She's like, I couldn't find the sword.
She kind of like, that's no problem. She extends her hand, and I mean, she's still the same person. She can still summon her sword to her.
Yep.
Yeah, just you see the sword just like operates. There we go.
Neat trick.
Aye.
And,
So
oh, Maria goes immediately, by the way, over to stand right next to you, Elizabeth. But Gaius is still arms crossed, staring up at Lamatsu. Continue. Sorry.
yeah, at least the spots Maria said like, ah. So what exactly are we talking about here? Missed a few episodes as you can see.
We're done here for the most part, right?
Gaius says. He looks over at Noah real quick and then looks back up at Lamatsu.
Yeah, we should all. We're all worse for wear. Everyone could use a break.
No.
The whispers around you start to get louder.
Your predecessor, when I let her do as she wished.
Lamatsu's eye turns over towards Elizabeth.
She failed to kill a single piece of the curse without sacrificing herself. Why should I believe that you are any better.
Liz's eye twitches at that.
Behind me sits the gate that our people have been cursed to defend for years. I task you all with destroying it. I can feel that at least one of you are capable of such, no? Someone has destroyed other pieces of it here.
Damn, looks like I prepared this new spell page for nothing.
With all due respect,
Yeah.
we would love to, but we're all extremely exhausted. Even if it was possible,
James says as he's like nervously looking around, and then a realization does dawn on you. I've mentioned it multiple times. While Lamatsu is the only one that you're talking to, you don't know how many Rakshasa there are inside of this cave system. And again, you can hear their whispers as they communicate to each other on the wind.
Look, a lot of us are out of magic, hurt. But the difference this time is that you're not counting on just Liz, you're counting on all of us.
Well, to be precise, they're counting on you from what it seems. You made the deal.
Yeah, but you're.
Oh, Lamatsu. As you see, she turns to him. Seeing that at least one of us can destroy it means that you don't exactly know which one, correct? Which means if we fought here, you wouldn't know which one to keep alive. That seems like a rather foolish fight to take, no? And besides, you speak of my role as if I'm not still here. We'll make a correction. That's not called a sacrifice, that's called a calculated risk. And it paid off. I'm here. As she points at her whole body, the shard is there. I'm still gonna kill it.
Prior contractor, you are brave. You are keen. I thank you for what you have done, and yet you are foolish.
And he does not elaborate past there, and there's just this tense atmosphere.
Those are not words often assigned to me. You see, she kind of just twirls her sword idly.
Bell, do you say anything? As apparently Elizabeth is giga gaming immediately after she respawns.
She's like, so just starts throwing shit again.
You know, she the last time she did that, she almost killed herself. He is kind of hoping that this time she actually dies. He's going to listen for now.
He's going to listen for now. Okay. Hmm.
If we go in there now, it's basically probably going to kill us. We don't know what to expect in there.
You're a creature of contracts, right?
Gaia says as he steps forward.
Uh-oh.
Then let us make a contract with you. We promise we will come back here
He looks back over towards Noah and then looks back over towards Lamatsu.
Either tomorrow or the day after. We will have to fight what is behind you either way. Do you like the terms of that contract? We have waited more years than you can count inside of this cave. Our grudge has lasted longer than your kind's lifespans. We can wait 24 hours.
And Lumatsu, you see his eye spins around again and then lights up. As Gaius has made a contract. You will arrive back here in 24 hours.
Okay. That's good.
Well, shall we get out then? We have a body to burn.
So not even yourself, huh?
Huh?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, let's just go.
And Gaius, as you start to leave the cave, Gaius puts a hand on your shoulder, Noah.
Uh-oh.
Well, apologies if I took command there. I thought it might have been the only way to get us out without fighting.
It probably was. To be fair, I thought maybe we could just see eye to eye, pardon the pun.
Make no mistake. They may be more amenable than other creatures that are like them, but they are monsters at the end of the day. You did well, though. You were brave. From what I pieced together, you're from the city, no? You're not from here?
Nope, not at all. Not from you, I mean, from the city, 100%.
Truth be told, from what I've heard, I never thought a person from the city would step up and take and do what you did.
Well, you look at death in the eyes a couple of times, suddenly a big eye monster, not so scary, you know?
Aye.
Gaius says as he looks down at you. And he looks down at you with like an appraising look as he's looking at you up and down.
You ever considered sword training?
I always did, but it's just you have to go to a class and it can get expensive, and we were barely making it by as it was. And then after, when I finally got a job, I got really busy, and that's the part where I should stop talking. Yes,
I don't exactly know the full details of everything that's going on here, but a promise I can make to you. I'll give you free sword training straight from the Blairs, if we both make it out of here alive.
oh, can I do the Blair stance thingy?
Kind of a family trick, but we could try.
Noah looks kind of happy, but then like kind of realizes he said after this whole thing, and then everything kicks in. There may not be an after this thing for him.
Yeah. And actually,
That would be great. Thank you.
he kind of like pats you on the back kind of heavily, and oh, actually, because I think that also Lancer used to do this to you. Pat you on
I
the back.
die.
No, don't die. But he pats you on the back, and it does remind you of Lancer in a way. The way that he roughly pats you on the back, making you stumble forward. I'm not gonna actually make you roll like athletics or acrobatics, but
I accept it.
And a little bit a ways, James and Ubel, both of you could hear that small little conversation. And James looks kind of like down a little bit as you guys exit the cave, and then he looks over towards Ubel. What did you want to do after all of this, by the way, Ubel? I mean, considering the likely scenarios, but what did you want to do? Did you ever have any plans or goals in life?
Bell looks into the distance. He has been very quiet through this entire thing. Honestly, I didn't really get the time to think about it. If I would have to answer it now, I mean, I don't even know whether I survived this thing. But one thing is for sure, I'm not going to stay at Musuzeme. Akar is gone, Amir is gone. I'm pretty sure that Lydia and Olivia are going to leave as well. The rest of the village hates me anyway. And once I have fulfilled my fucking destiny as a gatekeeper, then hopefully with whatever energy I have left, I'm going to... I don't know, what are the women like in New York City?
Well, there's Luvia.
And James, he gives a half-hearted smile.
You choose the one person not from the...
Correct, yeah. She was in New York.
I don't know, James. I haven't really thought that far. And honestly, I would not even be that sad if fate robs me of that decision.
No, I understand. I was just more curious about whether you had a plan before all of this happened. Whether or not the old you would stare up at the sky dreaming of a future that would now never be. Forgive me, I was sentimental for some reason.
No, I've seen that. I don't know whether your father mentioning SWAT training to Noah did that to you.
Okay. Oh. Robbed that of you. James makes a funny face and then shrugs.
Soul training was never my expertise.
He says as he gives a pained expression and then looks over towards his sisters.
Yeah, imagine Liz is just leading the pack. She doesn't even look back, just marches forward.
Mm-hmm. Maria is right next to you. And also, on that note then, Maria hisses something to you in a quiet tone.
Welcome back, sister. I never doubted for a second.
Have we ever let you down?
Not as of yet. Something tells me you
don't start
never...
expecting it's gonna happen.
Aye, something tells me you never will. There are complications, though.
Do tell.
Noah has made moves while you were asleep.
Ah, Noah. I would imagine he took control of Caster, no?
Caster? No.
Not Caster, sorry, Archer.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I was meant to say, but you know.
He currently has Archer in his possession, and he also sent Archer after Caster.
Not the best distraction tactic I could have thought of, but I suppose decent enough.
Beyond that,
Problem is that Castor could have been a decent ally, and now, well,
then beyond that, I sense some weird magic on him.
that man's middle name is Weird Magic. I do not worry that much about Noah. We need to have a chat about what happened before, but he's earnest. I not believe he has turned malicious yet, even though I'm not one to forgive betrayals like that easily. I hope we can come to an understanding.
She coldly, her eyes flick over towards Noah for a brief moment, but then look back up to you. And she's not going to say this, she's going to use message to cast this into your mind.
With 2 servants, and with Castor potentially out of the war now, if we took care of Noah now,
Can I say something that will make this really funny-ish?
Yeah?
Like what? When she does look back, and Gaius was talking about like the whole sword thing. Noah's like trying to swing an imaginary sword, but he's even fucking that up, so he like trips over.
As she kind of like messages back, Noah will take care of himself. No need to antagonize him before he does.
There's a pause, but then Maria nods. And then there's an even longer pause, as with message still being activated for a moment. You can tell that there's like a lingering, like she goes to say something to you in secret, but then she stops and the message cast ends. And Maria, always with her poker face, kind of like stares ahead, not mentioning anything else.
You know, you can tell me anything, right?
I can. There was other news, but do not feel like it is my place to tell you.
You are my most trusted associate and family. There's no one else I would rather tell me.
It's about our parents.
All right. What about?
Does anything seem off to you about that?
Well, kind of just looks back at
You,
your
you
father.
look behind them. He's now giving like imaginary sword training advice towards no, with Noah as they're walking, and Noah's not doing good, but you know he's like doing okay.
Doesn't seem like my father is much different.
Oh, by the way, you can roll me perception if you want.
Oh, okay. Yes, I will. Cool. Now that I know that.
I should have prompted that earlier. Okay, so as you're actually watching, so like you see him like do some swings in the air with a sword that doesn't exist, trying his best to like show Noah how he's supposed to hold a blade. Noah does his best to mimic it, and while Noah goes ahead a little bit and like does his best to mimic it, you see, and he's like all smiles and whatnot when he as usual, as you remember him, as he's trying to show Noah how to do things. But then when no one's looking at him, that smile kind of like very quickly fades away, and there is a rather somber expression that he has as he marches forward behind Noah.
Ooh. What happened?
We got some information from Castor before Archer attacked. We found out who Castor's master was. his real master.
I don't. It. It couldn't be.
Him, no. But mother,
She. But she would have told us.
either cast or lied, which is very possible given who he is and, well, not even who he is, given how he seems to be. Or the person that summoned him into this war was Grace Blair, our mother. And she never told
Caster
us.
has never met Mother, which means lying in this specific way would be rather difficult.
He said that he did not work for her, that he chooses his own master. But still, she never told us.
Well, I suppose we will need to rein in Archer then. If Caster is Mother's servant, then well, we can't be allowing anyone to be hunting him down willy-nilly.
Oh, and so again, she does not show emotion, but Maria does stare at you for a little bit.
If Castor is to be believed, Grace went down in a fight versus Yamada.
As you can see, this quiet sort of rage start painting her features. Yamada.
We weren't able to get all of the details before Archer started to hunt him down. But if you do believe his words, he is gone. Father is trying his best to keep up his normal persona, but I can tell that he doesn't understand anything that's happening here. He's putting on a brave face.
That's not. That's not possible after all of this? How?
She never told us anything, and now she's gone. None of it makes sense to me either. We can't even get the chance to ask her why.
For a moment, she stops. It's like unbroken gate that has been just going forward, not even flinching. Now she just kind of contemplates for a little bit. It's nothing a wish can't fix, I suppose.
And you do know, in the back of your mind, because not even Maria couldn't even remind you of this because she wasn't there at the time, but you also do have James that you need to fix with the wish as well. There are currently too many family members that you need to fix with the wish. But Maria, not knowing that, just nods to you when you say that.
Yet then, um, ooh,
Castor might know more information, but he's currently being hunted down by your old servant.
yes, we'll need to rein in Archer. You said Noah got him, right?
I
Hi, Noah! Come over here.
Okay, 1 second. Listen, we'll continue where we left off. I'll explain why backhand might actually work.
Reverse grip.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm looking forward to that conversation. He says with a smile.
No, it runs up. Everything good? Sorry, it was your father needed to
Yeah,
talk to me.
that's very good around here, but could be worse, I suppose. All right. First thing we should probably square off. Back then, why didn't you tell me?
Tell you what exactly. A lot of things happened.
That you changed your mind. That you didn't want us to stop Lydia and Akar. We said what we were gonna do, and when I started doing it, you started opposing me. I feel like it's not illogical. You could have at least tried to tell me beforehand, and all of this could have been avoided.
Oh, it's a whole different body, but the same kind of scary. I wasn't exactly sure. That's why.
You didn't trust I would stop even if you told me. Is that what it
No,
is?
I wasn't sure about anything myself. It all made sense and seemed like the best option. But I don't know, maybe I got caught up in everybody's hope, you know?
Yes, I suppose
Between
emotion is not something everyone can push aside that readily. Can you promise me that if we are to decide something in the future, if you do have a change of heart, you will inform me before?
he nods.
Yet. Good. Good. Are you holding up okay? I know Lamatsu can be Lamatsu.
On me. Uh really, it's really scary, but when you think about it, in the end, we need to take out the curse regardless, so
Yet. So what exactly did you promise him in exchange for me? Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming it was the part of the curse that resides behind him, correct?
uh-huh. And
Good, good.
along with
You
the
know,
rest of it,
the what?
I thought it would help with rapport if we, did good. He'd be friends with us
Noah,
afterwards.
no matter what Lamatsu says, he wanted me back. he would have accepted a favorable deal on our terms. Why did you have him to go and make it worse?
I mean, because if we don't take out this whole curse, does it matter?
I don't know. You're already on a clock. I don't want you putting yourself in multiple ones.
See what you
know
did
how I
there,
can't
clock.
help?
Funny. Okay.
As someone who believes in the best possible outcome, I do still believe you can be saved, even if you might not. I'd rather you didn't add more steps to unfucking you.
I'm sorry, have you met your family?
We are. It's what we do, and the same applies to them if you want to know. I also want to get them out of any trouble they've gotten themselves into. All of them. Completely.
It just feels like if we could end this stupid Grail War, we could wish for this stupid curse to be gone and
Well, now we'll need to use one of our resources to kill its shard tomorrow, so that's one pawn off of our board. I don't know. If we kill it manually, that means that both you and GMs are in grave danger. If we kill it using the wish, means we can't use the wish to bring back my mother. Or fix GMs.
Noah's gonna look over to Maria like, oh, okay, you caught her up a little bit.
Maria's been silently staring and watching this
Yeah.
conversation.
Listen, I wouldn't trust anything that Costa says. He kept trying to feed lies to everybody. And honestly, not ready to deal with that right now.
Oh, you said it. Well, I will. I'll deal with everything as it comes. And don't have any time to do anything else, eh?
Hmm.
We are still allies, correct?
Correct.
Right. Good. Good. Kind of looks at him. Do you?
Are you sure you're okay?
It's fine. It's fine. I'm good. I'm managing. When have I not?
I mean, you're being... Not that I thought you were necessarily mean, but you're being very nice.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
Okay, yeah, no, you're fine.
Do you have my command seal?
Yep. Sorry, I had to keep Archer in check. We didn't know what she was going to do.
No, that makes sense. We'll need to make a plan to rein her in. No offense to you, but I do think I am probably the better one at keeping her in check.
She really does scare me, so I agree with that.
In which case, she kind of like removes one of her gloves. Can I have that back?
I'm just thinking. It doesn't transfer Archer over, right?
Correct.
As far as
You would need to make a pact again.
No, I'll need to make
Yeah.
another contract with her, but it will at least allow me to make a contract with her.
By the way, just a side note, Ubel, you do see this happening. I don't know if you know anything about it. I just wanted to let you know.
As he is walking with James, he just goes, he is such a fucking idiot. I feel like running towards him. But he is going to make the nice decision anyway, isn't he?
You're absolutely correct. He's going to make the decision that he can live with at night. What he's always done.
I just hope that everybody in this group remembers the condition at which we went to the Rakshasa cave. And that is that Elizabeth Blair is to be removed from every bit of decision making that this group is going to do.
Oh, okay. So, yeah. Oh, I'm just trying to think if there's any bad reason to give it over now. No. Not that I can think of.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. Yeah, no, I was gonna say. Yeah,
You probably can at least feel the disapproving dad stare from Ubel, but like, you know.
If you turn towards Ubel, he is just going to shake his head towards you.
he's just gonna ask Liz, what are you going to use the wish for?
Kill the curse. If the curse is already dead, to revive someone that died killing the curse. I don't think I have ever shown that my goal is anything but.
He nods. Good. And then he's gonna take give out his hand for like a handshake.
She shakes his hand.
Would this be the best way to like move it over? I've only ever really taken these things. I've never
Just
really
think about it. Just
okay.
think of it. Yeah.
And so, all right then. Elizabeth has, after a transfer, Elizabeth has her singular command seal back onto her hand. She does not have a servant still.
Baby.
She still does not have a servant at the moment, but she does have a command seal.
So we did say that we're gonna tell each other our plans, correct?
Correct.
I will be 100% honest. I think Archer might be a lost cause.
Oh! Wait, really? That surprises even me. Okay, I'm sitting up in my chair. Okay.
We have discussed this. I know that she will betray me. It is in her nature. We both know that. It is the reason why we can get along as well as we do. But she's not war-winning material as far as servants go. I was thinking of actually making a contract with Caster. He would want it way more. He's being hunted. He doesn't have a master currently. And I have shown the qualities that he would want in a prince.
He might
like
have a
he would-
master. I don't think you should believe anything he said.
Well, if I make a contract with him, he won't have one anymore. That's a good way of confirming.
Huh. Didn't know you could just make contracts with other people when you add a master like that. Sounds a bit stupid if you consider the rules of things.
Well, you did make a contract with Archer while my body was still technically alive.
But technically, I had your command seal when I did. So you didn't have anything at that moment.
I guess it's a little bit of a gray area then. If his master really is dead, there shouldn't be an issue.
I wouldn't trust anything he says.
Oh, because you would trust anything Archer says.
Oh, I do not trust anything she says at all.
Correct.
Actually, to be fair, I trust everything she says, but I don't like any of it. She's been oddly honest with me.
You can never be sure of that. She is... There are ways to mitigate the chaos that exists by being her master. But you can never eliminate. If you want me to try going after Archer to try and get back a contract, I will. I just think it won't work.
She'll do what she does.
You got that right. I mean, hey. You do still have one command seal that now technically controls both Ryder and Archer. And from what I understand, Dubel also has one controlling only Ryder. If push comes to shove, you could use yours to, get rid of Archer.
We'll have to see about that, I guess.
Hmm.
I thought she won't do anything too stupid.
Define stupid.
If I may speak,
Maria finally says.
Looks over.
I do think that having Archer be completely out there in the wild is dangerous. I also agree with you, sister. She is a bit of a lost cause when it comes to actually controlling her to win the war, but in a straight-up fight, I feel like we have not seen the full capabilities of your servant.
Do we even know her name?
Nay, we do not know her name. And that's another issue. She will use her full power when she feels like it against whoever she feels like. I'd like to think I would be the exception, but I mean, think like that and you'll get killed.
I was thinking, out of the servants that are left, I think Archer is actually the most dangerous to us.
You wouldn't be wrong unless that mystery saber actually exists.
I'm beginning to doubt more and more that there even is a saber.
For the sake of everyone, I really hope there isn't. I really don't want the last part of the war to be us going on a wild goose chase.
Everything is finished. You just need to find Saber. She's been under a rock the entire campaign. Not coming out. Not dealing with it. He's in a bunker.
Oh, no.
I can hear you. Idiot. And that's why I said Caster seems like he would be more eager to make a contract.
Well,
For all of his quote-unquote lies, he did Servaria just fine. Plus, we have his book. I don't think he really is in any position to really refuse.
I'll do what you do. I can't really stop you. It's kind of like trying to control
Do you
Archer.
want to stop me?
No. It's kind of like controlling Archer. If you want chaos to work in your favor, you have to let it be.
That is a fair point. So,
Yeah,
chat.
I'm
Sorry, continue.
not sure. I find that comparison favorable, but oh well. I'd rather you be honest with me.
My point is, let people work to their strengths.
Aye.
There is something.
Yeah, well,
There is something in the back of your mind, by the way, Elizabeth, and chat had mentioned it. You do know that Nick did also help Yamada, but that is kind of it's in his nature to try to play all sides, as it were.
Yup.
Yeah.
I don't know how much you hold it against him, especially considering new information about Yamada.
Yeah, it's interesting. I definitely don't have much affection for Caster, but he can be useful.
I do think he is probably one of the most useful servants left in the campaign that you know about,
Yeah.
other than Ryder, who is already Ryder died.
Anyhow, wanna help me burn my body?
What's that, Ubel?
What is that, Ubel? Oh,
He really
look.
needs help. Look, Ubel, I found a gun.
I will need someone that is actually a magical, well, expert. Just to make sure that everything is done correctly and that the curse really is gone. You know, usually I would have Maria, but no offense, Maria, you're more of a me type of mage.
she nods. There is no offense taken.
Yeah.
Isn't can't James do it? Isn't this like a family bonding moment?
Kind of looks at James. I'd rather not bother him right now. She seems a little more like hesitant when it comes to James now for some reason.
So he looks at James and he looks back to Liz. And he's kind of just thinking about it. Oh, I see.
Huh?
I didn't know he swung that way, but
I swear to fucking God, if I have to share a table with that fucking goat herder.
Okay. So, little by little, you all slowly make your way back towards the Blair Manor, what has acted as a resting spot for a lot of you for quite some time. You all pass the mines, the place where you grew up, Elizabeth, seeing it in its state of disrepair that it's been in for quite some time. And then as you pass them, you see your manor. To some of them that are here, such as Gaius, Maria, and Elizabeth, this is your home. And to others, such as Noah and Ubel, while it may not be your home, this certainly has been, at the very least, a place with some nice beds. And even though the sky has been dark for you don't remember at this point, you don't know if like an entire day has passed yet or not. All that you probably know is that all of you are fucking exhausted because of all the shit that's happened today. As usual with every single day inside of Tibet. You had the whole vortex thing that happened the same exact day. So I assume that a lot of you are quite tired. And ready to not be awake anymore. A sense of relief,
more likely than not.
visibly washes over most of you, assumingly.
I'd like to
as you
cast sleep at 5th level on myself.
and
Although-
critically fail the will save.
Although I will say, now that we're not all walking on a convoy, there is something else at least would like to say to Noah.
Okay.
You know, now that they have a little more privacy.
Like
Okay.
inside the Blair Manor, or correct?
Anywhere that we won't have anyone listen to us.
Okay, because you're all
Yeah.
still vaguely together when you're outside walking towards
Yeah.
the Blair Manor. That's what I was asking. And because very specifically, as you guys approach, as the party approaches the Blair Manor, and as you get closer and closer, what you thought was just like maybe like a weird statue or something that was next to the front door. You actually, Elizabeth, see, because you're the one that's leading the party, you actually see a familiar face leaned with his back leaned up against the front of your house.
Ooh. Huh. Okay.
No, it's Saber.
His hat is covering most of his face. There's snow piled up onto not only his hat, but like parts of his shoulders and his legs that are sticking out from under it. And he's not even like looking at you either. He's just kind of chilling with his back up against your house. And the last time that you had met him,
Well, then.
he was leaned up against the towers that Hephaestus
Yep.
was using.
Oh,
Well then, out of everyone that would leave the village, didn't expect the merchant to stay.
And he actually, the same way as before, and again, you all, and even Ubel, this might come as a shock because Ubel hasn't seen this yet. The Nameless, as a reminder, has always remained silent. He's always just been the merchant that walks out, gets stuff, and then comes back. And he slightly tips up his hat towards all of you.
I can't exactly leave.
You've done it many times before, why not now? Half the village left.
And there is like a slight, like a curiosity. Yeah, why didn't he leave? But he, as you see parts of his face, there is a, not tense, but there is a rather serious or something like urgent almost expression on his face as he looks around towards the party, and then he tips the hat back down so that you can't see his expression.
I think I'd mentioned before. I'm a guardian of this place.
It. So, is there anything in specific you're here to say, or does our house need guarding?
The latter.
From what?
He does not say anything.
but he's standing really coolly, right?
Not standing, he's sitting down in the snow.
Oh. Okay, never mind. then.
Yeah, you see, Liz is a little now more on the edge. Like the second part she said was like a joke.
Yeah.
I was like, no, actually, something is threatening the house. Like, oh, okay, fucking coming to my house. So, are you just gonna stand here then?
Again, he's sitting in the snow. But he does not answer. He just continues.
Sit there.
Yeah, he just sits there. He does not answer when you say you're just going to sit there.
Do not make me regret this. She's gonna open the door. Iris, get the man some food, some water, some blankets or something. Don't want him catching a cold.
So, when you open the door,
It explodes.
no, and I imagine so. Like again, there's like this tenseness, because you're like, hey, what do you mean my house needs guarding? Hey, what do you mean? And so you open the door, and your house is chaos. Not like been destroyed chaos. It might look like that for a moment, but it is chaos nonetheless, as there are
Yeah, ready to draw the sword and then just like, huh?
Yeah. As like there is like a little bit of like a tornado came in here a little bit, as like some of like your tables are off to the side, some of your stuff has been knocked down, there's like blankets and whatnot all over the place, but it does not look like anyone is like, there's no like cuts on the wall or anything like that, nothing's burned or nothing like that. It's just like a little bit of a mess, more of a mess than you've ever seen it before. And there are people all within it, and you hear like the tons of like arguing and chatter. Specifically, you hear, "It won't work. How many times have I told you? How many times have I told you? All right, to shut the fuck up and stay in the cage." And as you hear that, you just see, and you forgot about it for, well, you potentially forgot about it for a little bit. All that you see is at the very least in the when you open the door, in like the door of the hallway in, is a macaque monkey with glasses holding a laptop in one hand and dragging a blanket with the other, and he pauses in the hallway and looks over. "Oh, hey guys, welcome back. Anyway, Luvia, shut the fuck up," he says as he does it. He ignores you, and then he drags the laptop and the blanket over to the other side of the hallway where you can't see. And again, your house is just a mess. You don't know what the fuck was going on here.
The hell happened to my estate? By the way, this is a different person, right?
Correct.
Like for all the servants and everyone in the house,
Yes.
this is just a different person that is just speaking as if she is Liz.
What the fuck happened to my estate? Says the random person, and you see eventually trying not to trip over like a whole bunch of stuff that's on the ground and whatnot. There are papers all over the ground and everything. Iris eventually does her best, and she peeps around the corner. "Oh, Lady Maria, Lady Gaius, welcome back." And she like pauses and furrows her brow as she did not recognize the voice that said, "What the fuck happened to my estate?" And she just nods towards you, Elizabeth, not knowing who you really are. And then she like goes to like escort you in.
When you were a 6-year-old, you got scared by a squirrel so bad you slept under my bed for the entire night. Okay, it's me. Just kind of like fucking walk through.
Like Iris, like her eyes open really big as she looks over towards you for a moment, and then being the professional that she is, she immediately like returns back, almost like I don't know if you this might not be. I wanted to find this. If you ever seen like the Doki bird thing, where like she looks up to the side with her eyes really big. Anyway.
Dio made the Doki bird reference, okay.
Damn. It's getting bad. He's getting infected slowly, one day at a time.
But
Yeah.
Oh god. So she Iris knows, as it were. And she escorts you in. Escorts all of you in. Gaius is like looking around. What in the hell? Well, certainly someone has been having a party since we left. And James looks over towards Ubal, because you guys haven't been gone for that long. But inside of the cage is Luvia, as mentioned. There's Fred, who looks specifically at you for a moment, Noah, then walks over to the couch.
Yeah, Noah's gonna go over to Fred. It's like, "I was going to meet you at the Pandora, what do you call this, outpost, but I see you brought the outpost here."
Oh yeah, I found out what I needed to find out.
Oh, that's fantastic. The whole gang's back together.
And as you, some of you may have not known. Actually, everyone roll me perception.
Everyone's here. It's me, Albert,
No,
Fred,
I'm
and the ghost of Honey.
yeah. Yeah, Luvia's here, James is here. It's just the whole Pandora back together.
The gang's all
Ghost of
together.
Honey, Luvia's in a cage, but it's fine. James is half dying, Noah's missing some shit.
Yeah, fucking Liz is like beelining it for the fucking shower. She's done with today.
So, oh god, into the shower you go. Ubal, perception?
Yeah, I have to reload my shit because unsupported web browser, but we're getting there.
So Noah, you see it as Elizabeth just goes, you know what? I'm not dealing with it. I'll figure out why everything's happening. So Noah
Good God.
and so most of the people walk in through the living room and whatnot. They're looking around, curious. Gaius makes the moment like, "What the hell happened?" And then in the corner, not saying a single word, fucking Elizabeth didn't even see him. She just runs straight towards the showers. Is a tall Russian guy with white hair, with his arms crossed, just standing in the corner, just looking around. You don't know who he is, Noah, I don't think, but Ubel, thank God you rolled perception high. Alex is here.
Like, imagine Alex is here and nobody fucking saw him.
That would have been peak. If you had all failed the perception, he's just in the corner, it's just like Drax.
If I stand still enough, they won't see me.
I
Turn invisible.
I have mastered the art of standing
I
perfectly
actually-
still.
I actually think Noah might know him. When we fought Berserker next to one of the towers.
Oh yes, he was there. Yes. I don't know. So so from
No,
Noah's perspective,
how
you
long
don't-
was I even there?
I was gonna. Oh, he was in the.
Oh, yeah,
book.
afterwards.
So you probably
I was
saw
in the
him.
book, was-
You don't know who he is, Noah. All that you know is that this is the guy that was beating the shit out of Berserker for a little bit. You don't actually know how he got there or who the fuck he really was, but he's standing there in the corner now.
I don't know who he is. I don't know why he's here. All I know is that he is friend.
And
Yeah, so-
the same way that Fred had nodded towards you, Noah, Alex nods towards you, Ubel, when you make eye contact with him.
Alex, why are
Well,
you here?
I said that you were a friend of mine, and the general sent me to update the other parties inside of Musuzeme that are still left. There have been some changes.
Fair enough. Do we need to step outside real quick?
If you would prefer to know the information alone, then yes.
Listen, a magical curse that was made by the same guy that made me and Honey, I can handle, but an entire nation? Nah, that ain't happening.
Do not worry. The news I bring is good. We don't have to do it now. You all look like you've been through hell. A dinner, perhaps? Perhaps I can cook up some traditional family dishes, you know?
If it's urgent news, then tell us the news first, I guess.
No, not urgent news. Important news, but not time sensitive.
Because the only things that I'm worried about is that we won't be able to enjoy the food with all the anticipation.
That would be a shame. I have not shown you my fish dishes yet, my friend.
Through that. Ubel just kind of looks at him like expectingly,
This-
like he actually wants to know.
Listen, Obel, you don't know this because you're from the country, but when someone books you a meeting with lunch, you say yes.
Meeting?
Frankly, I'd rather have dinner first, I won't lie.
James says.
I'm glad to see all of you people have your priorities set right. Fair enough.
There's only so many world-shaking events that I can handle before I eat dinner. You said fish, right?
James says he's looking over at Alex. He doesn't know who the fuck this person really is. Alex nods.
Yes, of course. You are, James Blair.
Really? You're a Blair? And James, like, you see him flinch a little bit, like a, ooh. And Maria, like, Maria doesn't know who this man is. Well, no, she actually does, but Maria doesn't really know. All that Maria looks over, and you see Maria. I like this one.
No, sorry. I just thought they were all big and tough, you know? You look more like, smart.
Alex said, and he looks over towards Ubel like a, please help me. I fucked up. I
Oh,
didn't mean to.
so James, this is Alex. He is the Russian government.
Right.
The
Welcome,
entire thing.
welcome, Alex, to our humble abode.
whole-
His sister
horse?
is also in the area.
No, Anna was sent to go talk to the people at the carriages.
Right.
But she is here. She is like wild fox. She is scary and cunning. I am big and strong.
Oh, and again, he like flexes a little bit.
So she went to see the carrier just right now, you say?
Yes, she is there while I am here.
At the village.
Yes.
Okay,
Wait,
I
wait,
would
so-
like you to tell us your message right now. I think I need to make a visit real quick.
Wait. So if she's the fox, what are you?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. For a long time, I thought I was nothing more than fish.
He says with it like he and like he nods and he gives a like an important stare towards Ubel, like I will tell you, but then he gets completely sidetracked as he's asked what his spirit animal is. Like this is like super important to him apparently.
I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
Fucking, he's down with the shower. Like, Riet, what did I? Ah.
you also don't know. Yes, you did not even see this man as you walked past.
This goes back. It's
And-
like, okay, well, there's another guy in my house.
I thought I was a fish, but
Yes. So and yet you enter the living room again, Elizabeth, with
I thought I was a fish. I thought for the longest time that it was my job to swim through the rivers of the Federazia, but no, I was wrong. I am the one that hunts fishes. Not a bear, mind you. Bears are stupid. They are big, dumb animals, no.
Oh, I thought he was gonna say bear.
I, however, Alexander Petrov, am strong like a honey badger.
He flexes again.
So, is this?
I just
Are
want
we
to say
getting? Are we getting attacked? Yeah, looks around.
he picked the animal that Typhlosion is based off, and he likes Maria. We should be careful. Alex, the message?
Ah, yes. So, it is more of an update that I have come here to tell you. The Federazia has been, in some small way, working with Ishvalda to our own ends.
And he like he's like more serious as he's reining it in. Again, his arms crossed, he leans against the wall again.
And we have come to give you all an update. The General Raul Arya has gotten what he has come here for. You no longer have to worry because we will be moving out at dawn.
Or well, as Alex looks up towards the night sky.
Whenever dawn is.
So a little update on that. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. So just when you feel ready, just
Yes,
yeah.
we more or less figured that out about 5 hours ago.
He shrugs.
And you said your sister was at the village right now, right?
Yes. She was there to inform them of this as well, that we will be leaving.
Dio, from what I know, Lydia and Olivia are still there, right?
Yes.
I'm afraid you people have to have dinner without me real quick. I need to check on something.
I was very confused because in his mind, right now, Ubal wants to go check out a woman, but he thought James was trying, Liz was trying to sort that out. So now he's just sad. It's like, damn.
Is
Balls
something
good.
is something the matter, Ubel?
I can't tell for sure. Would be the correct answer to that. It's just the carriages have already left the village, so
If it is a problem, I can contact my sister. Friend,
like Alex is like a little bit confused seeing your sudden worry and continuous questions about whether or not his sister was at his sister was at the carriages. He's like, hey, is there like a problem? Like,
do not worry too much, big man. There's no problem at all. It's basically just me remembering that I left my stuff on and I need to check on something. It's no biggie.
understood then. I will leave you a fish dinner then, waiting for you.
It's very nice of you. Thanks.
Now then, who here owns this establishment?
Well, kind of looks at her father for a moment, but I mean, he already told her that, she's still ahead. She's like, I do.
Hey, can I use your kitchen?
Aye, sure. Question. Do you have any way of actually leaving the village? I mean, with a storm and all.
On that, I cannot tell you.
Fair enough. Yeah, she'll just, motion for Noah since she wanted to tell him something and let, Alex use the kitchen.
yep, and Alex goes into the kitchen. Fred continues to type furiously away at his laptop. Albert goes down to sit next to Fred. But yes, Noah, you are being beckoned over by Elizabeth.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna pass by Albert and Fred, like, I'll catch up with you guys in a second, but he looks to Albert and like to Luvia and whispers to him, do you think that she will be okay?
Physically or emotionally?
She was my first real teacher. I would
Physically or emotionally?
Fred says as he adjusts his glasses.
Emotionally.
Fuck no, kid. Of course she's not. She lived her whole life for the stupid asshole. She's not taking it very well.
Okay, well, I'll be right back. Lady Blair calleth, and I would like to be okay physically, so I'm gonna do as she says.
Who the fuck you say that was? Fred says, looking over at Lady Blair.
Complicated, like, what's that thing with this? I swear there's some show that Americans always reference when they swap bodies.
Freaky Friday?
Freaky, yeah, some Freaky Friday shit. Don't worry about it.
I know that he doesn't know that Hephaestus is dead, but he does know that she worked for Hephaestus, and that Hephaestus is bad guy. and Luvia is locked up in a cage.
Yeah, we'll deal with it. We'll come back to that.
So, Ubel has left.
Yeah, I was gonna say
He's
it,
gonna
but
use.
yeah.
He is going to use the mental connection, the rider mental connection, to tell something to Noah. Like, as he is marching through the snow in a rather fast pace, he is going to go like, Okay, so this Alex guy and his sister are basically the Russian government, and they are the ones who wanted to abduct Lydia back into Russia. I am going to go to the village to check, because if they take her with them through snowstorm or whatever, maybe problem. But it's okay. Remember to tell Elizabeth that she has been removed from the decision-making process. Kind of bummed out that you gave her servant back. It is what it is here.
Well, okay then. Confusing message. Just
Yeah, and again, the Ryder.
don't
Ryder-
walk. Just don't walk. We have Ryder, please.
You need me to come with you?
Ubel, as he is walking through the snow, he's like, wait, yeah. I do have a servant. It's... Him and Ryder have been kind of separated for the last couple of days. She has been mostly with Noah, so he asks her to take him to the village.
Okay. And I'll deal with that in a bit. So Noah, yes, Lady Blair has called you over. And actually, so, oh boy. So, Elizabeth, as you're standing there waiting for Noah to come over, you see Noah like stop by and talk to Fred for a little bit. Iris, who is like walking around giving drinks to everyone, etc., showing people to the shower, like eventually like James takes the shower after you, etc. You see Iris walks over next to you and then slips a piece of paper into your hand as she goes to leave. She doesn't say anything to you though.
Ooh. Fascinating. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna look at it, if Noah isn't yet there.
As you see Ubel leave everyone randomly, the piece of paper just says, "The maids have overheard Ubel propose to James. We think
That's
James
funny.
said yes."
Because we like literally earlier, Noah
Yeah.
also just said.
Yeah.
I didn't know you swung that way.
Yes. And so the piece of paper says, "Ubel proposed to James, and we think James said yes." And you stare at this piece
This
of paper.
is the happiest song I've heard in the bed ever.
As James, as you see from your perspective in like the corner, you see James look at Ubel leaving with like a worried face as James walks in towards the shower as Ubel goes to leave.
I don't need to have a talk with James about bad decisions.
And then,
She just crumples the paper.
okay. And then Ubel,
James doesn't make bad decisions. He just dates them.
and then Noah walks up to you. The moment
Hey.
the small beep.
Yeah. Hey, Noah.
I mean, that paper is an indication of what's going to happen to me, right?
Nay, that's a different thing. I wanted to talk to you about Maria, actually. So you asked before if her emotions could be returned, and we both know what the answer to that was.
Yeah,
It
was pretty clear.
Shite. She's gonna just kind of like pinch her nose for a bit and like, can't believe I'm about to say this. So, I know Maria. I think after the accident, I'm the only person that really knows her. Well, me and Iris, I suppose, and some of the other maids. My father was asleep, James was away, and my mother was out of it. Or she wasn't, I don't know. She still has something. I don't think the Rakshasa eat your emotions. They don't eat your ability to feel emotion. I think the time she spent with me, she developed new loyalty and, affection. The previous one got deleted and we regrew it. I feel like, we're as close as sisters as we used to be. And I'm glad. But
That is true.
I cannot do much more for her. She doesn't know, she doesn't believe that she can reform her emotions. Even if I told her, she would just not accept it. So I want to apologize. The reason why I was so eager when you showed interest was because, well, I thought you could help. I thought that having some sort of new relationship, new stimuli could help regrow some of her emotions. It's, it's selfish of me, I know, but hardly the first time.
Noah looks at Liz in a way he's never looked at her before, as he just says, "Aw, you're just a big softy for you."
You see, she looks at him with a look that is like not one more word.
He immediately shuts up, like, "Mm-hmm." If I can be honest with you, I'm not sure what's going to happen to any of us that were created by Hephaestus. Me, Honey, the curse. That's why it feels easier to do a lot of things, knowing that if it comes to it, he doesn't say more, he just kind of looks down.
Well, on the bright side, he hasn't been able to develop any sort of feelings towards you yet, so if you died, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Nothing really lost.
Also, 30 minutes ago, Maria, what if we killed Noah? What?
Yeah.
What if?
When you look at it like that, yeah, I guess.
It's a safe bet. I like hedging my bets, Anyway, that's about.
Hey, I think Costa was lying about your mother, and maybe he was telling the truth, but the one thing that I'm really kind of sad about is that I might not really get to say goodbye to mine.
Your mother?
Yeah.
Well, so as you know, I'll definitely make it out of this and have a considerable amount of wealth. Do you want to write her a letter? I'll make sure it's delivered after all of this. And even if, in the infinitesimal chance I don't make it out, I'll make sure the servants deliver.
You have a very weird way of comforting people.
Did it work?
Yeah, a little bit.
Just like big fucking smug grin, like, yeah, you know, I'm great. I'm great. I knew it was working.
To be fair, I'm used to it. No matter what would happen, Honey would always look on the bright side, although her side was a weird, not inside the box, not outside a box. It was a fourth dimensional view of the box.
Honey is
So-
as bright as the sun. As a reminder, the sun is a giant ball of fire that would burn you all alive if you ever got too close.
She's a star.
She's a star.
You can text her. Ah, yes, the amazing signal one gets in the middle of nowhere in a magical maelstrom.
Also, he doesn't know his mother's number. What person knows their mother's what person knows numbers today, right?
True.
Firstly, and then what person would know numbers in what date are we in? What year? The future. Future is now.
2060 something, I
2001.
think.
You can
Yeah, we've
actually-
already
if you know your
already
address, though,
birthed and killed ChatGPT.
you can know your address though, so you can send a letter if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why she said, you know,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can write a letter and, like, I'll make sure the Blair estate sends it.
Me. Yeah, fair. I also know my mother's number, both of these. Don't ask questions.
Oh, but all right then. Is there anything else that either of you would like to say to each other?
No, Liz is gonna gloat and Noah's gonna stand there awkwardly, watching her gloat.
All right then, everyone.
So,
Alex
do not tell
says.
anyone I
Oh,
told you this.
Do not tell what?
Also, do not tell- if you tell anyone I told you this, I will. No threats. No threats. Sorry, never had any friends my age. So
Your age.
Iris was also born in New York. Do you think if I make her a pizza, she would like it?
Noah's just gonna stare at Liz. Well, that is a very difficult question to break down.
The fish
Huh.
is halfway done. I hope you all are ready.
Huh.
Alex says from the kitchen.
She takes out like a little fucking notepad. It's like, okay, in great detail. How do you court a New Yorker?
Court in New.
Yes.
No one giving
Well, you
dating
don't-
advice.
Well, you don't do deep dish pizza. That's just a bad time for everybody involved.
It's also from
Um,
Chicago.
Oh, fuck me.
Start speaking notes super fucking like, you know, diligently, and unless Noah has anything to say, I think we can Like this is
Yeah,
probably the
okay.
scene.
The
Oh,
most important thing is you keep up to date with uh, all the politics. They like to talk about that. Drama, that's very important. TV shows,
So
yeah,
I
just
should
just
brush
that's
up on
all you're gonna.
my.
You're never gonna talk about yourselves. You see, it's all about like anything else that does nothing to do with you. Because when you realize that when you start talking to each other, then the relationship starts falling apart.
So I should brush up on my royal family knowledge. Got it.
Yeah.
royal family knowledge.
Why are you trying to?
She said politics, and that's the only fucking country
Yeah,
she knows
yeah.
besides Tibet. It's Britain.
What? Why are you trying to court your maid? Don't. I thought that only happened in like TV shows.
Huh? I wait, I just said hypothetically, if you wanted to court a New Yorker, I never said anything about my maid.
Ubel.
This is all academic curiosity.
Academic curiosity. Ubel. So,
Uh,
as you had left the Blair Manor, yet again leaving its warm walls for the cold outside exterior that you have come to know over the years, um, you had like paused or hung out right around the exit or the entrance, I should say, as you were talking and communicating to Noah through Ryder. And as you're doing that, there is someone who is also outside. And again, it is weird that he is talking because for all the time that you have known him, or at least known of him, he apparently never talked. He was just like a guy that he also never expressed emotions. Kind of similar-esque to Maria, but now seemingly with that expression that he had when he tipped up his hat, and also with him talking, the Nameless is becoming almost seemingly more of a person as all of this is going on. As again, he tips up his hat as you're communicating with Ryder. This is like going back in time a little bit. As Upal, he looks up to you and says, "It'll be a cold night. There's somewhere important to be."
It's already been a cold night for many, many hours, and yeah, I'm afraid so.
Need help with anything?
I don't really know yet. In fact, I don't really know what I will do once I get there, but that is okay too.
You were born and raised here, right?
Yeah.
He sighs a little bit.
You've probably seen it too.
No. He looks up at you, like looks you in the eyes. As you can feel Ryder beginning to like come near you as she gets up from inside of the house.
I can tell that you're very familiar with the specific way this place drains all the hope from.
There's a thing or two that I know, I guess.
Some of my earliest memories are of death.
Really weird thing to say, I know.
But it's true. Not that uncommon of a story in Mrs. M.A. either. Death, disease, curses. You ever wish that you were born somewhere else?
I'm afraid that throughout my life I have not gotten a lot of time to think about these sort of questions. Maybe.
A fair warning, then. I would stay away from the monastery tonight.
Monastery. That's where Yamata is, right? Does he not respond?
Yeah, I don't think he does. He does not respond. Oh,
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, actually, so and I was wondering, I thought that was with Elizabeth, but if Chad is right, then you have talked to Nameless once before, literally once, and again,
Yeah, I
it was
remember the
during
interaction.
campaign,
I
yes.
don't remember whether he
He-
talked or whether it was just non-verbal.
I think that he did that. I've seen a lot of suffering. That's why I wanted to help people out of it. And actually, he's saying something rather similar here, where, well, he didn't say want to help people, although he did immediately. He said, "Did you need help?" And then beyond that, he'd said some of his earliest memories are of death. Oh, he wrote it. You're right. Yes, he never talked. That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, he wrote it.
Yeah.
And now he's beginning to speak more as the campaign is wearing on. But yes, he had mentioned that he had early memories of death just now, of suffering, of pain, of disease. But apparently he wants to help people. But yes, talking is newer still.
So then, assumingly he doesn't respond anything after Ubel mentions Yamata. Then, like, once Ryder and me are about to leave, Ubel turns around to him and says, "Actually, I think I probably don't regret being born here. I don't know why, but no, I actually can't give you any reasoning, but I have zero feelings of regret."
He tips his hat up again to look at you one last time, and for a moment he falters, like he's unsure about something. But right as you get taken down into the river Styx yet again, you see him give you a smile. Then you are transported over to the other side of the campaign. One moment, I have to control two different things at the same time.
I believe in you.
No, Nameless did not come. Stay over there.
Bad Nameless.
He did not come, poor guy.
He did not come. Okay. I cannot believe you picked up on the fact that Anna was next to Lydia. You sneaky little fuck. I thought 100%.
Bro, I mean...
I thought you would have just forgotten by now. But okay. So, the water from around you lets you go, and you are back inside of the carriages, or I shouldn't say inside of, because you're probably she drops you off a little bit outside so that she doesn't make a scene of just teleporting directly inside of where the remainder of Musuzeme is, somewhere down, specifically like here in the crevices mentioned before. They haven't really moved back up into the town proper yet, although it looks like they're starting to move because they don't just want to stay out here.
Thank you, Carrie. I hope you don't mind not eating dinner today.
Don't worry. As an immortal being, I'll have plenty of dinners if I want them. Thanks for caring, though.
She kind of pats you on the back in a much softer way to what Lancer and Gaius pat Noah onto the back.
All right. Yeah, he's going to rush into the village, and first stop, he is going to try to get to Olivia's shop.
So notably, most of the villagers are still down here. They're not inside of the actual village proper because they've left.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, they're starting to return, but they're still down here because it hasn't been that long yet.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
No
Then he
problem.
is going to look for them. Yeah.
So, the question: are you doing this in
Mhm.
any way stealthily, or are you just trying to rush in to find them as quickly as possible?
If it makes any sense, he is going to avoid the public eye. Like he is going to skirt around the big groups, not directly engage with people because he knows that Anna is there. So he is trying to avoid big groups of people, definitely. Yeah, basically, yes, he is stealthing. I'm trying
All right.
to.
Well, then roll me stealth.
I'm still untrained in stealth to this day.
Still, you never put points into stealth. You know what? You don't need.
I would like you.
You don't need them. You don't
I
need
would
them.
like you to know that I very proudly I got a skill upgrade. I put it insight into performance.
You performance deranged. A performance deranged. All right. So, you trying to avoid the actually roll me perception as well.
Mhm.
So
No problems there.
the first DC you pass, because it's extremely low. As you are trying to stealthily make your way through the carriages, and as I mentioned, there is a lot of movement inside of them because they are moving back to the village proper. These are the people that have decided to stay, and slowly but surely you can see like a lot of their tents are being packed up. A lot of people have like large backpacks and whatnot as they're moving
Mhm.
back towards the village. So there's a lot of movement. But beyond that, there are also, as you notice and you pick up, some people that are hurrying a lot more than what you would assume they should be. Like people like running almost, if not
Okay.
full on. And then you hear a gunshot. A little bit, not in the actual camp itself, but a little bit north of the camp. Are you still stealthing or are you running at this point?
Oh, this is bad. But the people were running before the gunshot, right?
Yes.
I don't know whether Ubel has the time to analyze that, but what kind of faces did they make? Did it seem like they were running from an active shooter? Like,
Kind of, yeah. Like they were running from something, and they're like some of them were like looking back behind them as they were running forward.
okay, that is big bad. He is going to run without stealth towards that direction. However, he is not going to like, directly charge towards where he assumes the gunshots are coming from, but like just closer in order to like how close he has to get in order to see what's going on.
Yes. So you're kind of hurrying at this point. Roll me one more perception.
He is banking on a low roll, I can tell it. He's not getting it.
Okay.
Dude, do some parkour.
My bro is the
I can roll
worst.
performance.
Okay. So you arrive at a standoff. There is a standoff a little bit north of where the other carriages used to be. So like there are still remnants of a makeshift camps here and there. As you see like where there were fires that were set up, or the remnants of tents that did not get taken by the people that have left. So there's not like there's nothing here. It's not like a frozen wasteland. There were like remnants of what used to be people camping out here for a while that are now gone, that Amir has let out. And standing with her back against the wall is Olivia, gun out, the barrel of which is smoking. And her gun is not pointed at one person individually because it is pointed in between two separate people. Two people that are continuously eyeing each other. At the same time, two people that both have their hands up as they're looking over towards Lydia and Olivia. Are you, as you're approaching this, before you actually can make out who Olivia has the gun pointed at, here, I'll put down Olivia and Lydia. There are 3 other people there, but it's hard to make them out. Are you going to roll me stealth again and like slow down, or are you just running towards this area?
So the idea that I described initially was to get as close as possible without immediately getting into it. So I assume Steph.
Okay. Roll it then. Give it to me. I want to see it. Oh!
Yes. There you go,
Dear
sweetheart. I
God.
gave it to you.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
You are trained in it. You have a plus 15. You nuts.
Okay.
I'm not trained. Am I? No, I'm not.
I'm not trained. Wait a minute.
You have to be.
I might just have a
No,
really
I have,
high dex. Yeah, it might be. It's proficiency plus dex. Might be like really high at this point. You
Yeah,
guys
I also,
are level 11.
I'm a
or
dex
something like
build, and I have this whole untrained proficiency where I get a plus even if I'm
that.
untrained.
Oh, that's correct. Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Yep. Yeah.
Thank you.
Where you specialize into one skill because you get bonuses to having things untrained. Anyway.
Damn.
Yes, so Ubel, almost mimicking the way that Ryder can slink in shadows, very carefully approaches this standoff. And you make out Lydia is on the ground, still exhausted, still very clearly not in a good spot after she had kept up the vortex for so long. And Olivia is protectively standing in front of her with her gun pointed again out towards two people. One person you now recognize is Anna,
Mhm.
and the other
Berserker.
is Ishan.
Lol. Oh, the Cold War is over. Russia and America teamed up, boy.
I have told
We
you.
did it, guys. We ended racism.
And standing kind of in the middle, looking not like he really knows what to do, is Bernard.
Lol.
She is just a girl. She is a princess.
Anna says towards Olivia, and Deshaun mutters,
She's a fucking weapon.
Ubel, do you do anything against this gun standoff?
Walking with the
Okay.
biggest guns possible.
Strategy time. One thing that needs to be noted to everybody, I'm still on 30 HP.
One thing to note to you as well, you should be out of spell slots.
Damn, he's right.
Welcome to our life. You're welcome for that. That's all me. Thanks for being a homie, by the way. I appreciate it.
Be fair, I will go ahead and say, like, my spell list is shit anyway. I have picked the random bullshit because there was nothing useful there. Decision making time.
Ooh.
So, the clocks start to turn in Ubel's head. If I remember correctly, I don't know that Ishan is a part of the American government, right? Or do I know that?
I don't think you do. I think you're the only one that doesn't.
Because I had this moment on a cliff with Ishan during the Banquet of Heroes.
Yes.
He revealed a lot to me, but I don't know whether he revealed his affiliation with the CIA. Did he do that, chat?
Where's the chat
I know-
keepers? Because they remember more than me.
Because,
But I'm
they
pretty
sadly do
sure
it.
that you don't know that Ishan is working for the US government. I think that Noah and Elizabeth do now. I think you're the only one that doesn't. Although, notably, you know that Jane was, because Jane had talked to you
Correct.
as you went to go teleport to the tree, and I think that Jane mentioned that she had a partner. And also as a reminder, as chat said, Anna and the Russian, the Federatia, do want Lydia alive. They want to return her to
I know.
being a princess. Olivia wants her to be free. And you do know that just in general, it might tip you off because of what Sean says. Jane had mentioned that Lydia is too dangerous because she's a bomb.
Yes, correct. I was going to get to that actually. So Chet is saying that I do know the USA part. It doesn't really matter that much at the end of the day. He does one thing. Mental connection to Ryder. He asks her to scout the area on whether Jane Doe is here. Because he just
good
assumes
call.
that she should be able to do that. And in case she finds her, make sure that she doesn't cause trouble in this whole thing. He asks her to do that.
Sure, shouldn't be that big of a deal. She's annoying, that one. A snake in the grass, but I've learned to sense her presence.
Thank you.
I say shooting, Sean.
I'm not shooting. I'm gonna do something way worse than that. He pulls out his gun. He starts aiming in the general direction of Anna and Ishan as well.
Okay.
And he is gonna step out into the opening.
Immediately when you do, Olivia, with like a wildness in her eyes, points her gun over at you before realizing who it is, and then pointing her barrel back towards in between Ishan and Anna.
I'm glad you're not that trigger happy.
I have more restraint than that.
And you see both of them eye over towards you. Ishan just lets out a long sigh. The fuck? But Anna,
None of us have ever let this man
looks-
do anything.
Correct. He has been cucked by the party any single time he's tried to do anything except for the thing with Lucille. He got one of his targets. But Anna seems curious because she thinks that you're her ally.
You are being unreasonable, Olivia. You know where she rightfully should be. The Federazia treated her as nothing more than a tool, not a princess. You know that, Annalise. A princess has responsibilities. Yes. She cannot be a normal civilian. She is meant for something greater than that. You cannot escape your own fate. I would not talk as much as you are right now, commie scum.
Bernard says, not knowing what to do, but he knows he doesn't like the Russians.
My king.
My king.
Leo, throughout all of this, I want to check on Lydia's expressions and, if necessary, roll something on her to see how she evaluates the things that are being said.
Sure, perception. The best role in the game. Lydia is just exhausted. It has not been that long since she held the world up on her shoulders and then watched a car die and be buried. She kind of doesn't even want to deal with any of this right now. She, again, as I'd mentioned, she has her back like leaned up against the wall of the giant cavern down here. Barely, like she's just tired. She's just tired.
Okay. And you said Anna considers me an ally still.
She seemingly does.
As Ubel made his presence known, she did not react to me in the same way that you would usually react to somebody
Correct.
pointing a gun at you,
Yes.
right? Okay. Slightly lowering his gun, he is going to make his way towards Anna. And as he walks, he starts to say, I think I understand now. And once he gets close enough to Anna, he is going to... I don't know how this works in Pathfinder 2e, whether he is going to knock her out with the barrel of his gun or use his physical strength to overwhelm her. Something like that. He is going to knock her out, physically restrain her, one of those things.
Okay, so two things.
Ooh.
For one, we do know the chat historians have figured out that, and I thought that was the case, but I think that someone else told me it wasn't. But anyway, Ishan did confirm that he is in the CIA with Jane Doe, so you do know that for certain. It's not just a hunch anymore.
Okay, great.
And that would be athletics, by the way.
Untrained. I think. No, I'm trained actually.
Okay.
Should have
But
been. Should have been untrained.
Let
Should have been.
me open up the sheet here. I need to see what the DC for that is because it's based on a fortitude DC.
Not good enough.
I don't know.
She's fresh.
She has to roll. She has to roll against it.
No, it's not her rolling against. It's a DC based on her stats.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's how it works. It's the way that like grappling would work is athletics versus fortitude DC, kind of like how perception DC works in 5e, where like it's a 10 plus your modifier. So if you have a +8 to fortitude, it'd be 10 plus 8, so 18 would be the DC. And by the way, she has a +8 to fortitude, so 20 does actually beat it. And you don't knock her out immediately, but you do walk up behind her without her being at all on guard, and you hit her with the butt of your gun, and then grab her and grapple her from behind. She's not unconscious, but she is in your arms, and you have her in a chokehold from behind. And you just hear her hiss out from her teeth. What are you doing?
And as Ubel holds her, he goes, "Bernard, restrain that other fucker."
Roll me another athletics. As Bernard, Bernard, you picked the right thing, by the way, because Bernard, if he's got one thing, he's got fucking athletics, baby.
Oh my word, yes.
Yeah, he jumps on the top rope like an eagle sound plays. A monster truck drives by in the back. Hell yeah.
So, you roll me another athletics because I want to see if you actually do manage to knock Anna unconscious.
Would it now be as a #2 next to athletics, or would it be regular athletics?
No, just no. The 2 would be because athletics are technically an attack, but this would be another round.
Fascinating.
Okay. We managed to dissolve that situation. Fine. Oh. One moment.
I can't believe it. This man's like, "Look, I made you fish." His sister, meanwhile.
Yeah. So
it's
you slowly chokehold Anna from behind as she slowly falls unconscious. Ishan, like you see him briefly. He pulls out a gun. Goes to aim it towards Lydia, and then just goes, "They don't pay me enough," as he gets tackled to the ground by Bernard. Off in the distance, you hear someone struggling as Ryder pins Jane Doe down to the ground as well in the distance. She was
my
there.
god. I have beaten the CIA and the Russians in one go.
As you see the consciousness slips from Anna as you snuck up from behind her, and slowly her body goes limp. Bernard has Ishan tackled to the ground. He's not getting up anytime soon, and there's not a chance in hell Miss Demon could deal with the Charon. You are efficient, Ubal. Atlan would be proud at the hunter you have become. Olivia says, lowering her gun finally.
Oh, I appreciate it, but I don't think we have that much time for this sort of stuff. It's another guy who belongs to the Federazia told me that basically the Ashwaldens got what they wanted. And he also told me that Anna was going to be here, therefore I had to act quick.
Thank you, Ubal.
Lydia says, the first thing that she herself has said for herself the entire time, as she weakly looks up to you, and as I'd said, she just looks tired. She really doesn't want to deal with all of this family drama at the moment. There are much more important things to be worrying about.
Hey, don't sweat it. You people are probably among the only thing left for me in this world, so this loyalty definitely runs stronger than whatever I had going on with the Ashwaldens. I'm afraid I don't know. You guys need to go into some sort of hiding.
Olivia looks down towards Lydia, then looks back up towards you, Ubel. But then she for a moment, like she nods, or she goes to nod, but then she looks back up and she hesitates.
But where will you go? There are
Ubel can't help.
There are still a few people inside of the village that want to leave. A few people that did not think it was possible before, but you can still come with us. We can put this whole place behind us. All of the pain that it has caused you.
So there are two things going on inside of Ubel. Like on one hand, like it's kind of similar to the situation with reviving Akar, where like there's a rational side to it, and then like this pure emotional side.
Yep.
Like part of him just wants to go like, oh fuck me, finally somebody is offering. Let's just get out of here. That was his mindset in like
Yes,
session
that
1.
was your no, exactly. That was Ubel's mindset, and this might even bring back memories. Ubel wanted to just find a way to leave from the very start of the campaign, but now, especially with like all of the talks about like James, all of the talks about like not running from his destiny anymore. I don't know.
So Ubel but can't help but give like a kind of sad smile to her and says, "I'm sorry, but I don't regret anything. I'm afraid I need to stay a bit longer here. There are certain things that need to be done, and there are very few people who can do them."
Lydia very shakily goes to stand on her own, and immediately her mother drops the gun and then helps her. And Lydia looks at you in the eyes, Ubel.
Both Amir and the car would want you to live. You understand? Even if you have unfinished business here, don't you dare fucking die on us.
Bill just smiles and says, "The only person out there who gets to decide whether I die or not is myself. So don't worry. And you two make sure to stay safe, because, yeah, frankly, with Akai and Amir gone, you two are probably the only connection I have left to everything in Musozeme."
Pretty words mean nothing. She was made as a weapon from the feather.
As Ishan gets decked in the face by Bernard.
Thank you, big man.
Ain't no thing.
Sorry I wasn't around to help as much as I wanted.
But got things to do, you know.
Stay strong out there, right, little man? Bernard says, Ishan is now unconscious as fuck, as he stands up and looks at you.
You too. My father thought very highly of you, so I don't think I actually have to tell you that.
Ain't nothing that could kill a member of your family other than their own hubris, alright? I know that from first-hand experience. Long as you keep your wits about you, I'm sure you will see you on the other side.
And with Bernard, he looks over towards Olivia and Lydia, and nods towards both of them.
We should head out. We don't know if they had any backup around here.
And with one last lingering look, the last remnants of the village that you had actually cared about, some of the only people that you could still consider friends that are not dead and or your enemies now, they all nod. Olivia and Bernard help Lydia up and they begin to walk off into the snow.
Yeah, Ubel spends quite some time looking after them melancholically. Like, we have been past the point of no return for a very long time, but this is like...
This was truly, yeah, because Lydia
Like, this was
is
literally the
yes,
last straw.
'cause
Like,
Lydia
it's
is
over
the
now.
only one that you know of that can even potentially get past the blizzard. Obviously, she's going to need rest for now, but without Lydia, you're in the snake box. You have to beat the boss or you're done. She was the last way to escape this campaign without dying or beating the final boss. And also she was also not only the last way out, but as mentioned, some of the last remnants of the village that you still know and remember, outside of the Blair family.
It's a Blair family.
And Ryder picking up Jane Doe from the back of her head. You sure you're fine with that? There's nothing wrong with running away. You know that, right?
You know, I wish I could give you some very deep answer to this, like my father wouldn't want me to leave, but realistically, I've just come to accept everything. That there's a problem that needs to be taken care of, and I may just be the only person on this world who can actually do it.
Ryder looks up towards the starless night sky for a while as she drops an now unconscious Jane Doe onto the snow. After all of this, whether you die here or later, I look forward to hearing your stories on the boat ride over. It's supposed to be encouraging. She says, clearly I look forward to when you die. That came out wrong.
Yes, that's
came out wrong.
Ubel slightly chuckles. You do need lessons on flirting, I will tell you that.
Flirting? She like thinks about it, like caught off guard. Like she obviously wasn't what she was trying to do, but then she thinks about it. There were a few weirdos that got attached to me on the boat ride. She shrugs.
Who would ever do that? Ubel says, and as he says that, he is going to work on physically I hope I have some sort of rope or not, otherwise I will find
or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, he is going to restrain the three people. He doesn't know whether it's going to work on Jane Doe or not. And I have a cantrip called Detect Metal. So I'm going to use it on those people and try to get rid of any weapons they have carrying with them.
You could detect, you could just remove all of Ishan's guns again. No.
Yes. Fuck you, Ishan.
No.
I can't believe.
Can't use his gun for shit.
I can't believe that this man has turned into airport security.
It's just you metal detect.
Yeah,
And the second player character steals all of Ishan's guns for a second time.
He got like there's like a beeping as he's like metal detecting. He lifts up his jacket, he sees a gun, he's like, oh, he grabs the water next to it. How dare you take this liquid on the plane?
And after removing all of their weapons and tying them all up, Ryder does look down and then look over towards you. And just so you know, while it is my job to ferry souls from one place to another, there are technically no rules that say how long I have to take. As long as they get there in the end, then I'm doing my job. So, if you want to linger around for a little while longer when that time does come, I'm willing to lend you an ear.
That sounds lovely.
And so are you just going to leave them? They're tied up in the snow, the Americans and the Federazia?
Okay, so this is, first of all, Ishan's guns and whatever other weapons there are. He's going to fucking throw them off the cliff or something.
Okay,
Like,
wonderful. Yes.
Again.
Awesome. Give them to the scrolls again.
like poor Sean is gonna go back to, like, if I had a nickel for every time that someone threw all my guns off a cliff, I'd have 2 nickels.
So I'm kind of
Not a
wondering
lot.
about the I'm kind of wondering about the logistics of this, because my thought is I want to keep them restrained and place them somewhere where they, like, they are outside of each other's shouting distance. They can't see each other, this sort of stuff.
Mhm.
But I would have to carry them a lot, and I don't know whether leaving them out in the snow like that, they are just going to die probably. Apart from
Isn't
playing
there,
God.
Potentially, yeah.
Is there perhaps like a holding cell in the village or something?
They're-
What I would think is
Potentially.
like, because the village is mostly abandoned at this point, right?
Yeah. You could like throw them down
Ooh.
the well or something.
Jesus, Dio.
Listen.
No.
I like how you said that. That's not the worst thing he's thought of. May I present you Tibet?
So I don't know how capable Ubel is of doing that, like carrying them, but he is going to
You are right,
place them inside of houses, but like different houses.
Okay.
So like, Ishan in one of the abandoned houses, he's going to lock it off. If he finds some sort of key for it,
Yeah.
Anna into another one, and Jane Doe, we actually throw her inside of a well.
Um, and okay then. So a few different things. So for one, when you drop off Ishan inside of one of the random houses, right? Again, the village, it is stark to even go return to the village because there is no one here. As mentioned, the carriages are still making their way back up. So when you get to the main village itself, it's a ghost town. And seeing Musuzeme, the place that your father was a chief of, the place that Amir was a chief of, just completely empty. No signs of life whatsoever inside of this frozen wasteland is stark, especially because, again, it's been night for so long. The
Yes.
scenery is discomforting, I would imagine. And as you're bringing them all in and putting them inside of houses, we'll go with Ishan first. Ishan slowly, groggily wakes up as you have him tied and are like tying him to like, I don't know, like the heater or something in someone's house. God, they do not pay me enough for this shit. I honestly, I thank you. My job here is done now. One way or another.
Well, if you say that, I hope you're gonna be cooperative and just sit this one out.
You can fucking bet your ass I am. This is the last time you will see me, hopefully, unless you somehow piss off the US government and I'm sent to kill you.
And he like shrugs.
I actually, outside of character, 100% trust him on that. But Ubel would still do a little perception roll.
He's telling the truth. This man is done.
Okay, yeah, so, lovely.
He's like, I'm actually
Okay.
over it.
It's wonderful to hear. I'm going to keep you inside of this place. Once this whole thing is over, I'm gonna let you out. But until then, I'm sorry.
No problem.
I don't know if,
Oh,
yeah.
can you do me one last favor, though?
of course.
From me to you, okay? You reach inside my coat pocket there and light me a cigarette.
If it's nothing else.
Nothing else. That is the only thing I will ask you for. I am really sorry about this whole situation, this whole fucking mess. Politics, am I right?
Politics. It's a bunch of people being born into roles they didn't want to fulfill.
He nods. I am just the cleaner. I am the person they send to clean up their messes. I hate my job.
Do you walk over and light the cigarette for him?
He lights a cigarette for him and says, if you hate your job so much, you should definitely try to, get a new apprenticeship. Maybe go to college. I think you have quite an intellect.
It pays well. It pays a lot better than any other job I could have taken. I do have a family to support, even though I look like this.
And he gives you like a slimy grin.
Yeah, I assume everybody has their type,
Perhaps. I will tell you.
I
Though,
wish.
I do think you made the wrong decision. You let your emotions cloud your judgment. Lydia is unstable. You know as much as I do this is true, no? Sure, she may be free out there somewhere, but someday she might lose control. And if she does, all of those lives are on your hands, not mine.
I think this is where our worldviews collide slightly. The way I see it, over the last couple of days, she has learned a lot about herself and how she works and where she comes from. And she is old enough to make the decision for herself on how she is going to handle all of that. Especially once she gets out of here, out of this entire situation. It's her own responsibility of how she handles the fate that the world has given to her. Weapon, princess, all of these words don't matter that much. The only person who can make the decision for her is herself.
Perhaps. But just because you stop us here, it does not mean that she will ever truly be free. For as long as her powers exist, and they are as strong as they are, people will be hunting her. You know this to be true.
Well, Ishan, then I'm afraid I have to keep you in this house a little bit longer.
Trust me. I am going to motion that I am taken off this. I am done with this whole thing.
You know, Lydia is very similar in a way to most of the people from Musuzeme, Aka, me. And that is that in a very weird way, we are very persistent. If you live in a place like this, you end up finding ways on how to deal with things that other people usually wouldn't be able to deal with. She is gonna find her way. And hey, if she one day decides to end up becoming an actual princess or becoming an actual weapon, and that's her decision to make.
Bleeding heart. I hope you're right.
Also, you should lay off smoking. That's bad for your health. See you around.
Sorry about Lucia, by the way.
Yeah, I'm slightly sad that I never got to tell her to her face how much it hurt that she just abandoned me when I was younger, but, you know. Maybe I'm gonna see her again in hell.
See you around then.
You too.
And you leave Ishan there, smoking a cigarette, tied up next to the heater.
If it's possible, I will still lock the doors. Oh, like I'm not taking any chances.
Sure.
Nah, I'm telling you, that man is out. This inside of his cigarette is a fucking lockpick, and he's just smoking his way to it. I swear to God.
There is a very big chance, but it's okay. I had the option of just breaking his kneecaps or something, but that's too much Halbert and not enough Ubel, so probably not.
The spirit of Halbert fucking break his kneecaps to burn down the house. And secondly, Anna is already groggily awake. Ryder has put her there, but she didn't know what to tie her to. So it really points you towards the house. Again, another empty house. So she's tied up next to like the railings of the stairs. And she looks over at you, pissed.
You backstabbing.
Yeah.
If it isn't the consequences of my actions.
We trusted you. Alex trusted you.
I know.
Mm.
Although I will go ahead and say that the only things that I promised you guys in the Ishvaldan camp was that I am going to share the information with Lydia. I never promised you that I was going to help you with getting her to do what you want her to do. And I know that this sounds like a bit of a cop-out, but really, it is just the truth.
You cannot run from who you are She is a princess. Her place
Yeah,
is
she
not
has-
out here in the wasteland.
Anna, I'm afraid that that is not your decision to make. She knows now that she is a princess or a weapon or whatever, and if she on her own makes a decision to return to the Federatia and take over, then you can look forward to that day. She's going to hate me, isn't she? It's like,
Anna does not look unlike Ishan, who is very it is
Yes,
what it
of course.
is. Anna is much more pissed off, but also rather helpless to do anything at the moment.
Anna, I am going to keep you in this house. I hope that you're not going to try to break out or something, but once this entire thing is over, I am of course going to let you out of this.
Arya was wrong about you.
In what way?
He said that you were trustworthy. A decent person.
I think I'm quite a decent person, just probably not from your perspective.
And you leave her there to sulk and be mad, assumingly.
It's-
Oh,
Ubel was kind of like nonchalant about it. He didn't try to like rub it in, like,
Yeah.
yeah, I kind of
Yep.
betrayed you, but like he was just like, I don't know,
yeah,
I
because
thought it was pretty obvious that this was going to happen at some
correct.
point,
And
but
you
like,
had never directly promised them that you would help.
Correct.
You had multiple times said, "We'll see what Lydia wants. If Lydia wants to, then it's fine, right? You know."
Mhm.
But as you said, really, the Alex trusted you. Alex saw you as a friend, and so
I know.
yeah.
That one kind of hurts.
Yeah. And
Oh, dude, are you gonna come back to eat his fish? That's gonna be insane.
and then lastly, from down the well, you just hear Jane Doe.
This was a fucked job from the beginning. I should have known not even Noah had the guts to do what needed to be done. We admit defeat.
Are all women in New York City like you?
I would assume not. Why, are you interested?
Jane looks up from down in the well.
I don't know. I'm afraid that at the moment there's quite a bit of distance between us. It's
After all this is over, maybe.
That's all that she says. As you can see, like her form starting to like shift and almost like evaporate and whatnot. As she is made of shadows to some extent, so it is a good idea to trap her down in the well. She is by far the most dangerous out of the three of them.
yes. I'm gonna make sure to keep my closet clean. he kind of turns around to Ryder. Is she actually going to stay in there? Surely a being like, you know, I would not be surprised if she can just fly.
If she knows what's good for her, she'll stay there.
Well, I trust you on that one.
And as she says that, actually, Ryder flicks her wrist a little bit, and you see a forming out of the shadows that are like literally forming out of her own shadow, a skeleton shambles over towards the well and just looks down.
There, a watchdog.
That must be so creepy. Villagers
I was
like,
about to
I
say
need some water. There's a shadow woman and a skeleton by the wall.
This is-
It's like, you know what? I'll just die of dehydration. Thanks, I'll move on.
Yes,
I'll go
there's
eat
a
snow.
shadow woman in the well and a skeleton watching her, looking down at her.
Somebody should call the health and safety department.
Ah, fuck, they left. They were one of the 60%.
Well, that's useful, I guess.
The agency could use someone like you, though. You're rather efficient.
I assume that was from
Jane.
the
yeah.
well?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. for a moment, he kind of liked the fact that he heard, okay, like, somebody praising his qualities, another work maybe that would allow me to leave this place after everything is done, but like, he makes sure to snap himself out of it and like, okay, no, other things to focus on. Ryder, I would. I'm pretty sure that I am not going to return to the Blair Manor this night.
She looks over at you and like waits to see if you'll continue.
I don't know that after. If I return there now, they are going to ask me what happened. And Alex specifically is going to assume that I saw his sister. After all, I was here. Fuck, I probably should have told them that I'm going to the monastery or somewhere else.
You could try just being honest. It seems to work for Noah well enough. And Elizabeth to some extent. He seems like a decent person.
I can't really argue with the fact that it has worked well for Noah. That being said, I'm afraid Noah never had to tell a Russian soldier that he restrained his sister.
Hiding around in the shadows may be effective, but I promise you this. If you don't tell him when he finds out, then he'll never forgive you. Your choice in the end, though. As usual, I'm not in the business of making the choices for mortals.
You know a lot about how us humans work, eh?
A long time to listen to your stories.
Bro, like this woman is making sense. Part of me was gonna be like, okay, now Ubel is very curious about what Yamata is doing. But I am still on 30 HP.
A stiff breeze could still knock me over.
Yeah, well. God damn it, Karen. I didn't know that spending time with you out of all creatures was gonna make me a better human.
For one of the very first times in the campaign, Charon, the undead boatman, who has been like a cool, serious, off to the side, just like chilling and doing her thing. She does actually, you've seen it once before when you were about to go down to Hephaestus. She smiles a little bit. As it did make her happy when you said that being around her actually made him more into a human.
We headed back.
Yes, let's eat some fish.
And you feel the tides of the river swirling around you. Speaking of the fish, so
Oh boy.
Ubel does not make it back in time for the start of the dinner. But I would say since the very first start of the campaign, outside of Ubel, who is not there right now, most, if not all, of the characters who are still relevant inside of the campaign are actually all inside of the Blair Manor. They're all talking to one another, like sharing stuff and whatnot, amicably, and they're all gathered around the dinner table. While Grace is not there anymore, Gaius is, while he was not before. And it does remind you all again of that first dinner that you had all had when everyone had arrived as Noah's plane crashed into the campaign. Hephaestus is not there, obviously. The faces have changed a little bit. What those faces mean to everyone has changed a little bit. You see Iris takes out a plate of food, as you would ask her to, out towards Nameless, who is out there now. The event,
Iris, who was definitely there at the first dinner as well.
yeah, correct, yeah.
Yep.
They give a
Exactly.
James walks over and, feeling sorry for her, gives food to Luvia, and they talk and whatnot. And in general, just as before, Albert asks everyone before, Alex was like, here's the food, and he goes to dig it himself. And then Albert pauses, waits everyone, like, we should all say prayers before we eat, etc. And for the most part, let me remove the little death flag from from Elizabeth's token. It is just a happy dinner. There is some like small talk about like clearly no one really wants to dive into the heavy topics for right now. And so at least for the start of it, there's just like small talk with like the, oh hey, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. What have you been working on, etc., etc. How's the weather? Yeah. There's like some small talk between people and everything like that. But there is like a awkwardness or a tenseness, like hiding a little bit under the surface as people accidentally brush up upon topics. Like you hear, for whatever reason, as James goes to give the food to, or gives the food to Luvia and comes back, Fred, you hear him whisper something along the lines of, not Fred, sorry, James, as he walks over to Fred, whispers to Fred, what's the status on Hephaestus, and et cetera, et cetera. There's talks about Albert's missing arm. There's talks about the Rakshasa. There is, at the same time, people are coming together and enjoying a rather good dinner, just passing around food, doing the best they can in your messy living room. But it feels like most of the people here are tired, are beaten, and have worries on their mind. Even your father, who for your whole entire life, what you've known him, Elizabeth, to be like this indomitable person that always takes things head on. Now that Maria had pointed it out to you, you can tell that he is like, when no one is talking to him and he's just left alone, there is like this deep sadness and even betrayal that he feels and that is expressed on his face.
Yeah. Speaking of Liz's father, Liz is probably going to like wait a little bit before sitting to see if he wants to take like a position at the head of the table.
Ooh. He does not by himself, and when he notices you pausing and not actually going to the table without him, there is a long pause, but then he nods and nods over towards the head of the table.
She seems a little conflicted, but she will sit at the head of the table.
Mm-hmm. I know that James knows, but
it feels like a position he should be having in her mind, but she's not,
Yep, and there was a awkwardly long pause as you went and hesitated near it. But a lot of people, like James, as you go to sit down towards the head of the table, like he quiets down, Albert quiets down, like the Pandora group over there does. Maria obviously follows in suit. Gaius stops talking, etc., etc. And as you know it, before you know it, most of the people are just like kind of like looking up to you, who is sitting at the end of the table.
This is a rather interesting gathering of people, I have to say. If someone just listed off everyone sitting in this table, I think was the beginning of some sort of joke. We've made it work well enough thus far.
There certainly has been a lot of trials, tribulations, backstabbing, lying, deceit. I mentioned betrayal.
James says as he looks around the table.
You did.
But at the end of the day, we always come together.
Gaius says, and a lot of people nod. Albert nods. While there may be temptations on the road to salvation, at the end of the day, humanity is God's children. And I want to believe that we are good in the end. Albert says as he looks around towards everyone, again nodding with the Gaius the sentiment. You can't hear, no one else can hear other than Noah, but Honey says, I am not scientifically sure whether humanity is actually good or bad yet. It could be either. They could be bad.
Or
One way or another. The sun always rises. I think our job from now on is rather easy.
On that note, the monkey that you really are not very acquainted with, he puts down his fork that he was trying his best to mess around with, and then pulls out a laptop and moves over the plate a little bit, and opens the laptop.
She's gonna lean over, I guess, to check the laptop.
I haven't exactly been doing nothing, as you guys have been doing whatever the fuck you guys have been doing.
Whoops, one moment. I accidentally clicked out of the music. There we go.
The Pandora Institute is an institute that was made in order to do research into magic. Everything about magic that we know of, we've tried to catalog. We came here initially to study the ley line. Some of you may remember, even though it feels like an eternity ago, that I had tried to set up stuff inside of your cave.
Fred says, looking over towards Elizabeth.
He nods.
Either way, after doing a lot of research and some additional input from Mr. Blair over there,
both Gaius and James both look over, but that was it's James. Gaius is like, me? You got help from me?
I've been able to identify certain markers in the data about the ley line. For one, here, look at this image.
And when he says look at this image, for the most part, it is an image of the map that you are very used to looking at inside of the campaign. It doesn't look exactly like this. You've never probably no one here has actually seen a map that's actually like the one that I use for the campaign, as it were. But it's rather similar to this, and it's weird, assumingly, for a lot of the people to look at the place where they grew up like this. Fred, I almost called him James. Fred points towards the screen, different points at the different points, specifically points towards here where the Rakshasa cave is, where you guys just came from. He points over towards the monastery. He points down inside of this massive cavern in the Scar Grounds, and then he points over towards the mines.
We can sense, or not sense, sorry, it's technology. I've been able to pinpoint exactly where hotbeds of the ley line are, where a lot of the mana has been pulled together. And beyond that, I've noticed certain markers, certain magical signatures inside of the data that I've been collecting down there in the Pandora Institute. I think I can tell which parts of the ley line are still cursed. I know where it is.
Fred, you genius.
I've never wanted to kiss a monkey before, but can you settle for a hug? Don't you fucking dare hug me.
Fred says as he puts up a finger towards James.
Listen, I know I'm not exactly a fighter. I'm a thinker. I work with technology and sometimes do paperwork. I fix coffee machines.
Fred says, looking around and looking over towards Noah.
But this might be able to help you. Specifically, the two parts that are by far the most, that show the most of what I think is the curse, the data points.
He points towards the Rakshasa cave, and then he points down towards this massive area in the Scar Grounds.
These two are the worst, and by far the one here is off the charts.
like nothing we've seen in any of the other hotbeds of the ley line. If the ley line still has curses on it, at least enough to coagulate into like, you know, a being or whatnot, I think that those two are the ones. Yes, whatever you want to call them. I think that those two places are the places that have the worst infection, especially here. Again, pointing towards the scar grounds.
Well, I know it's still a big undertaking, but that makes it feel a lot smaller.
Now, I haven't been able to test this data. I'm not insane enough to just walk wherever the hell these are and figure it out. But if I'm right, that means there's only 2 of them. I thought we were looking at much more. A few people look around towards each other as James slowly raises his hand a little bit. I took care of the one at the Blair Manor. We have a way to kill it, but I need to talk to some of the other mages here for that. And James looks at Albert. Albert looks at James, but then James shakes his head, and then James specifically looks over towards Noah.
The one that was by the monastery is now trapped in, well, me. Hence the whole makeover. We should still just, you know, get rid of that sooner rather than later.
No one exactly knows what Yamada was up to, so however, whatever's been going on, they're either dying off or
And Albert looks at the screen for a while, and James narrows his eyes as well.
they're potentially combining.
You said that the markers here, Fred, were stronger than anything else? Yeah, I mean, I've seen small bits of the markers in all of the different hotbeds of the ley line, but by far and away, these 2 have the most. Again, the Scar Grounds and the Rakshasa Cave. And the one at this one up here, this cave, is nothing compared to what's down here. It's like a whole other beast.
Combining it is, then.
Whatever.
If we assume 2 of them, if we assume it's 2 of them, and they combined, it made that big of a difference, it means that when they combine, the power increase is not additive, it's exponential. Meaning that, no matter what, we can't allow the 3rd one to also combine.
There may also just be more than 2.
Albert says kind of quietly.
He shrugs. Potentially, but I still think it's better to look at it the first way. Better not let them combine either way.
Yes, I do agree whether or not there are just more than 2 or if it's exponential. We cannot allow the large shard, if you call them that, to combine with the last remaining one. If there are only 2 pieces of it left, then we do have to return to the Rakshasa Cave. Aye, makes sense. I'm betting my life on that anyway.
Gaius says.
Well, looks like we know what we're doing tomorrow.
This gives us a really good opportunity. We can test out what it would be like going against the curse in a weaker form, a shard of it, before going up against whatever's in the Scar Grounds.
And with Arya out of our way, James looks over towards Alex. And Alex, he's just eating fish, bro. Alex doesn't know what the fuck any of this shit is. Alex knows fuck all about what the fuck you guys are talking about. Alex has a plate of fish, and he is going. He is the happiest man in the world right now. Okay, and like James looks over at him, and he's just eating. He looks up. Oh, he was not paying attention.
Sorry, General Ario, Ishvalda in general, you said they were trying to leave, right? They're not going to be a part of any of this anymore?
Correct. From what I understand, due to his deal with Yamada,
General Aria has gotten what he wanted from the ley line and has no reason to stay here anymore. He was looking for ways to leave.
Or he has a way to leave.
as much as I would like to worry about the greater effect that will have on the entire world, local problems first, right?
Yeah, there is like the general background, and Albert also makes a face where like there's the general of like, oh, the butcher has gotten the mana he needed from the ley line and is now looking to leave. You know what? We'll just because none of you have the information of Ubel that Ubel knows that very likely he is Raul Laria is not as bad as what the rumors make him out to be, but none of you know that.
Yeah. He's not a bad. He's a bad guy, but he's not a bad guy.
Just because you're a bad guy doesn't.
Yeah. Well, I don't think the dinner table is a place with us, but Hephaestus won't be in our way either.
There's a mix of resignation and confusion between some of them. I was gonna mention him next. Festus, Fred is like very worried. He's gone, James says. I don't know if anyone's looking over, but Lumia, her eyes are snapped onto the conversation.
He was trying to create a world where everyone could live peacefully. But it was all an illusion. It felt real when I was in there, though.
So then, James says, Hephaestus is gone. The monastery is no more. The only thing that we have left in front of us is to deal with the curse and the remnants of the Holy Grail War. The final stretch.
So, I suppose there's only one thing to decide then. What is our execution method? We have a few different ways that we could, deal with it for good, but none of them are risk-free. I feel like it pays to already have a plan of action before we enter.
I have a plan. James says that.
Is that James?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is your plan through name invocation?
Yes, dear sister, but not the way you think it will be. I've taught Ubel the spell. He's very adept at it, actually.
Ubel?
Oh, you taught him the cool spell before me?
You were busy, and I plan on teaching it to you tomorrow before we leave.
That's ridiculous. The God Herder hasn't practiced magic a day in his life, and you're telling me he learned true name invocation in a day?
His potential for magic was far beyond any of us could have imagined. However, he ruined that potential as well as any future career as a mage when he had Caster forcibly open his magical circuits just so that he could.
Oh, yeah, that's bad.
He is on our side, sister. James says with like a very empathetic please trust me expression. And just backing it up with this gives more credence to the piece of paper that Iris had given you.
Yeah, I think Noah's just gonna look at Liz like
He
damn.
might be on your side, James, but he's certainly not on my side.
And he's certainly not on the curse's side either. If at nothing else, please trust my plan. Ubel can handle, at the bare minimum, the one behind the Rakshasa cave. It is his duty either way, or not his duty, his right. After all, that's his gate.
Her eyes narrow a bit, and she's like, Finn, I suppose we need you and And Noah, the big guns for the big one anyway.
Yes.
But if he fails, well, she kind of just shrugs. Always had a backup plan, but not sure if it will work.
Our backup plan is to beat the shit out of it. The Blair way. James says. You never
Well,
James
I
says
figured,
this.
I figured if I cannot exterminate it, perhaps it can exterminate itself. Cause it enough pain for long enough and make it wish it didn't exist, and, well, you know, it is a being of thought after all.
But for now, Albert says, looking over the table, we eat dinner, we sleep, and then we look forward to tomorrow. Plan?
Very well.
Before, I would just like to say, we have spent this entire terrible few weeks scattered amongst each other and fighting amongst each other. Even now, Ubel has gone off to who knows where. I ask all of you, is there any other secrets or things that you would like to tell anyone? And by the way, as this happens, Ubel, you now spawn in and you hear Albert saying this. It's like so Ubel, yeah, the waters around, and I probably have people have seen it before now, as eventually the waters twist around, and in the center of the whatchamacallit, the living room, Ubel and Ryder appear out of the ground, out of the portal of the ground.
Just everyone just looks at Ubel.
Yeah, and so Ubel, you're standing in the center of the Blair house, Ryder right next to you, as everyone is just looking down at you.
I can deal with it. I kind of... This is a bit vibe breaking. I kind of wanted to spawn outside and see whether Nameless is still there.
Oh, no
Is
problem.
that okay, or would that break up things too much?
You can.
Okay.
Nameless is still there, by the way.
Okay.
I guess the whole if anyone has any secrets thing will probably be said once you
Correct,
walk
yeah.
in.
Once you walk in.
Yes, that's okay. That's okay.
Yes, Nameless is still there. Was there something that you wanted to say to him, or you're just checking?
Mostly checking and whether he has already frozen to death. Is he still just sitting in place?
Yeah, he's sitting in place and he seems fine. It seems like the cold does not bother him.
Are you sure you don't want to step inside?
I don't really understand people.
You know what? That is fair enough. Is there anything specific that you want to guard this place from?
On that, he does not answer.
You know, you offered me help. I can offer you help. You know what? Fair enough.
And he does not say that. As you go to grab the door handle, though, he tilts the hat up again, snow falling down onto the ground as he does. Thank you for the offer. But it's my job.
Ubel nods. Yeah.
It's my job to
Ubel
protect
nods.
other people, not the other way around.
It's my job to protect other people, not the other way around. Are there any implications that Ubel would get out of that statement? Probably
Oh.
not. He just. No. He just nods and enters.
Okay, and then yes, so as you enter in and you walk in, you hear Albert say, I do not want any more backstab or anything like that. Is there any other secrets and or things that anyone wants to talk about right now? Come clean and ye shall be absolved by the church. And then everyone stares at Ubel.
And actually, so as everyone is staring at Ubel, Ryder walks in from behind, and Ryder actually does. So everyone is staring at Ubel. Ubel is staring specifically back, and Ryder actually she walks out from behind Ubel and into the living room. Yeah, sure. Hey, Elizabeth. Ryder looks you dead in the eyes. I stole a pack of cigarettes in your house. I'm not apologizing. I just thought I should let you know. And she says that, and Ryder walks over to the couch, and Ryder just sits down on the couch.
I'm like, well, I don't smoke anyway. You should probably apologize from the servant that you stole it from.
She shrugs. She's like, it is what it is.
If nobody else has something, I have something.
A lot of people look over.
I can wait, though. I can wait, though.
I don't want to go first.
Are you sure? Well, my thing is pretty big. I should go last.
You say that, but
I'll go.
I thought I was gonna go last because I might actually break up the conversation a bit, but...
I'll go.
Maria says.
I objectively thought it was a good idea to kill Noah.
No, whichever direction Maria is, move slightly in the other.
He had too much power, and he had 2 servants.
Maria shrugs.
It was no offense. And in case you wanted to know, my sister thought that it was a good idea to keep you around. We trust you.
Also, I hate you, James. James shrugs.
That's certainly not a secret. If it was, you're a terrible secret keeper.
Is this what having siblings is like?
Actually.
Cool. Well, my turn, I guess. Honey is not gone. She is still with me.
Oh, Noah.
Oh, she is. She really... Honey, say something that only you would know.
Honey's secret is that she loves you all very much.
Okay, that's sweet, but like, that's not going to help in this scenario. Honey, you have anything else?
Honey knows that Fred only pretends to like black coffee because he thinks it makes him look cool.
Okay, well, that's his secret, but I guess it will prove it. Noah looks to Fred.
He's drinking out of a cup, by the way, as you go to talk.
Black coffee?
Yeah, as usual. Why?
You only pretend to like that, Honey says.
Who the hell told you that?
Honey, she's right here.
No, Wait, are you serious?
Fred, like, for a moment, you're like, no, hey, wait.
She says you think it makes you look cool.
I never... Does it?
He says a little bit really quietly as he slowly sets down the cup onto the table.
Noah goes like reluctantly, yeah, kind of, yeah, actually, like no one does that. You're insane.
I should have
It
dismantled
kind of
her
is
for
cool.
scrap years ago.
Fred says.
See,
Well, that's weird. How does that work?
Does anyone know how any of Hephaestus's creations work?
Touché.
I guess I can go, Albert says. I am a man of the Lord and serve the Vatican, but, this is something that I'm not supposed to tell you all, but just in case it ever comes up, I have a contract with a demonic, creature. That's all. Anyway, who's next?
Albert says as he
Okay.
looks around towards it.
Out of character, fucking hell, man. Bro, what the fuck?
Noah goes, well, damn,
I actually don't like honey badgers that much. My sister chose it for me.
Alex says.
She said it would make me look strong. She is usually right.
You know what? Let me roll like a little wisdom to see if Liz will like feel like the need to also say something.
Like, James, I don't agree with gay marriage.
Well, I don't think this is very relevant, but I subconsciously compare myself to everyone I meet.
There, I can imagine like a wave of like not surprise goes through the entire room as every single person goes, yeah.
yeah. I feel that.
I've been there. I understand that. Oh, Alex says this. He looks over.
Fucking shocker, you know. The most competitive person in the campaign. Yeah, that's about it.
I think I'm one of the only people who has never done so. Gaius looks around. And don't take this the wrong way, okay, everyone. Even though I banned cheesecake because it's not good for you, on occasion I would go down to the town and buy a cheesecake from Olivia and then secretly eat it.
Father!
Gaius like raises his hand. It's not good for you, Elizabeth. You know how many calories are in it. And you can tell much more genuine than what he was for the past few hours. When you notice Elizabeth, Gaius does give like a smile at that when he gets the father from you, and even James. I always wondered why. I knew it. I always knew it. James says. Even Maria's like a little bit
That's
surprised.
it. From now on, as the head of the family, Tuesdays are cheesecake Tuesdays.
Oh boy.
Go Tuesday.
Unless is there anything else that any of you player characters wants to reveal?
Yeah.
Here?
Okay. No, it does. To Liz. I have no idea. I am terrible at picking up women. Just by the way.
So do you mean all your advice was fraudulent?
No, that's what I believe, and that would work on
20 pages I will never get back.
Well, you see. Wow, who has something else?
It seems like everyone's gone through the whole entire gamut, and everyone just kind of stares awkwardly, and then they go,
I actually might have something.
Oh.
I just had a bit of an altercation with an agent of the Federatia and 2 agents of the CIA. But the situation was resolved.
Alex finishes his plate and then looks over. And he looks at your expression, and then he looks grimly and then nods.
We'll actually make sure to.
We should talk.
We
should talk later.
Are you sure you not want to talk about it now?
We can, but he like looks around towards everyone else. Oh, I mean, I had no business in their stuff, so I have nothing to hide. I assume by your expression that you would not help us.
I'm afraid not. When you told me that your sister was going to make a visit to the village, I remembered that Lydia was still there. And I wanted to make sure to get there before anything went wrong. They got into a fight, and as I had to choose between my loyalty to you guys and the people I grew up with, I made the on-the-spot decision to protect the people I have known for so many years. I had to temporarily restrict your sister, Ishan, and that closet woman, but they are mostly physically fine. I can tell you where they are if you need.
So Alexander, who had been sitting here, chilling out, having the time of his life, he cooked you all the best meal, even though he doesn't really know you all that well. He stands up when you say this news, and this guy is built like a
massive
brick shithouse. Yes, he is massive. You can see the muscles from his chest as he walks over imposingly over towards Ubel. He stares down at Ubel.
She is still alive, no?
Of course.
I ask you one more question. Lydia is gone, right?
Assumingly.
He pulls you in, and he hugs you.
Oh.
You have done what
when
you
they-
think
when
is
they-
right.
Oh. When they hug, Noah talks up, since we're all revealing secrets, I knew he was going there. Just
So like, Ubel is very taken aback, but this is such a wholesome, warm moment to him. Like, has Ubel been hugged in this campaign?
Don't think
don't
so,
remember.
no. No one
It
has
was
ever
kind
tried
of-
to comfort Ubel in this way. And even after betraying him, he brings you into an embrace.
Ubel puts his arms around him and he doesn't say anything.
Remember what I told you when I asked you to help. It was my duty to bring back the princess to the Federazia, but I personally did not wish that her fate would be decided by others. My sister is smart, much smarter than me. She is probably right. No one can run from their past forever, but you did what you thought you had to do. As long as you did not kill her, I will forgive you. After all, I have no one else I promised to go fishing with. I will be lonely.
Ubel gives him like this very, very genuine, like big smile. Like this man is a golden retriever in a world filled with wolves. He just goes like, "Thank you, big man." And then, assumingly, like he describes to him in what kind of house he put her. Like he says, like I don't know, the blacksmith helper's house, or
Yeah.
it looks like this, blah blah blah.
Thank you. I will go and retrieve her, and I will tell her that you told me that Lydia is far gone by now, for certain. I cannot promise her safety forever. That is up for her to decide. But at the very least,
And Alexander, like he bows towards Elizabeth because she's sitting at the head of the table, but really towards the whole entire party.
may you all walk the paths that you chose in life, whether they are hard or not.
And with that, Alexander goes to leave.
I might also
As-
have a date with a CIA agent, but that's for later.
After Bal says that, Noah just looks. I never had a dad.
Oh, no, no.
Oh, and now that so from Elizabeth's perspective, or even from anyone, but I mentioned it because it was when I initially was talking, it was from Elizabeth's perspective. You can tell now. God bless Albert's soul for starting this whole thing, but after they've had this back and forth, and also now that there's like they've taken stock, we know who is gone and who's not. We know what we have to do. There is now a more genuine sense of connection between the people that remain inside of Musuzeme, or inside of the Blair Manor, I should say. As before, there was like this tension of like kind of like not wanting to really address some of the matters, like, hey, Luvia, Hephaestus is dead. Hey, etc. Like I kind of betrayed you back there. You know what I mean, etc., etc. Now that everything is kind of like in the open and everyone is on the same page, and there has been a lot of forgiveness going around for some of the things that happened. As you lean back into your chair, Elizabeth, you can tell from the head point as you see everything inside of this area, it is a more genuine, like, it almost feels like a party or just one big family almost. Iris off in the distance collecting things, etc., etc. And is there something
Functional family have you ever seen? But you know.
Is there anything else pressing that any of you wanted to do? Because there's one final scene that I wanted to get to before we ended the session. Potentially, like you asked, because you, I was gonna say Noah. You still have Archer. I was going to ask you about that, but you know.
Dear God, there's so much things I want to do.
No James shipping? Okay.
To do this so much. But you know what, Archer, we can worry about next time.
Okay.
I wanted to talk to Luvia actually, but I don't know if that's after this, because we can do that during the night.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that next
After
session.
we leave the
The
table.
Luvia conversation, because yeah, that was gonna be a thing.
Hands off? Hands off what?
Oh, she doesn't know.
So, after everyone is done eating, I'll even say that, like, so sometime during before everyone goes off to bed, or as everyone goes off to bed, as it were, after the dinner is done, you see Noah goes off to go talk towards Luvia, who's still in the magical cage. Albert goes to lay down, which we're flipping through the pages of which one, Memento Mori, etc., etc. Gaius approaches you, Elizabeth. Do you mind coming out with me before we go to sleep? There's something I wanted to talk to you about.
Oh, of course, father.
James, you're to come too. James, who was like looking over Fred's shoulder at the laptop, turns his head around and then nods. And quietly, as the rest of the people filter out to their own rooms and whatnot, James, the Blair family, goes to have a little meet up. Maria looks over but does not stand up to like follow because she was not called for.
Yeah, I see, like, Liz will kind of like look. Father, is there any particular reason why Maria is not joining us?
This has to do between the two of you. The two people that were in the running for head of the family.
And seemingly, you don't know what it's about, but James flinches.
Kind of raises a brow.
I will explain in due time.
And slowly but surely, saying goodbye to Nameless, who is still out there chilling. He has not, Iris has given him like a blanket to put over himself, although it doesn't seem like it matters that much. As he's slowly eating away at food, he like nods towards you as you go to leave. Gaius is going to go super far. Specifically, he's going to take you up a little passageway that leads up the cliffside here. And it's the same exact cliffside that you remember, Elizabeth, that when Gaius was slowly being affected by the curse before he went into a coma, during the end of your pre-session, when he had given you the position of the rightful heir, it overlooks all of the Blair Manor and the mines and everything that you would control. And far off into the distance, you can even see bits of Musuzeme throughout the snow. It's much harder to see now as you climb up the passageway because of the eternal darkness. But you can still see. You think you see at the very least some lights here and there starting to turn back on from the people that you would convince to stay. As slowly but surely you get back up to that same exact cliff top that you had talked to Gaius about before, except James is actually here this time. He has returned after running off all of those years ago. And James stands right next to you as Gaius, he looks out down towards the Blair Manor, and then he sits down with his feet kind of like dangling off a little bit, or at least close to the edge.
Elizabeth,
Aye?
I had named you as leader of the Blair family, correct?
Indeed.
What does it mean to you to be a leader?
You shoulder the burdens nobody else can.
Aye. It's true. From a leader's perspective, you must shoulder many burdens, but do you remember or know whose burdens you are carrying? And he's specific.
Looks over the village.
Yep, yeah, that's where he's looking as well.
Elizabeth. I know that what you thought you were doing was correct, but did you let anger cloud your judgment earlier today with Lydia?
And he looks from the village up towards you, Elizabeth. And James he looks away because he was the one that convinced you that that is exactly what was happening. And in the end, with your help and with James's help, with the help of the Blair family, Lydia's and Akara's plan did succeed.
In the beginning, no. In the end, no. Somewhere in the middle, aye.
And it is understandable. As a leader, you are expected to put up with things that no one could put up with alone.
They wouldn't have succeeded.
You're
The
correct.
curse would have.
And yet for a moment you were considering leaving them all to die because they did not listen.
And again, it's not like it's a very sympathetic tone, but it is kind of hurtful because he is being 100. You thought for a moment, you were ready.
I thought the sooner I made the blizzard close back again, the less people would die.
Elizabeth, you are my daughter. I believe more than anything else in the world that you will always try to do your best. But when you were dead, when I thought I had lost you, I made a promise to Ubel. In exchange for their help in bringing you back, Ubel wanted you to be removed as head of the household.
Hmm.
However, I am not a fool enough to make a mistake twice.
And he looks over again towards the village for a moment before he stands up and he puts a hand on one hand on your shoulder, Elizabeth, and then one hand on James's shoulder.
The burden of a leader is far too much for one person to carry alone. And so, I believe that no longer should it be one person who carries it. Together.
Father, with all due respect, you have given me this position. It is no longer your choice to make.
Aye. But Elizabeth, I can see how it eats away at you.
I don't.
All that I promised to Belle was that you would not be the sole leader of the Blair family anymore.
You promised. Really? Such a fair promise, huh?
Listen to me.
Either let your daughter die or. That damned herder.
Elizabeth, listen to me. Who was it that brought you back when anger had clouded your judgment?
James.
Do you really think that you would not be better off if someone like James were next to you?
I respect James. I don't necessarily mind that much. It's just I don't want this to be done because it's Ubel's will.
Father,
I have done so much.
If I have any say in this as well, I thank you a lot for giving me even a second chance at all, but with all due respect, I gave up my chance. I am no leader of the Blair family. I walked away from this life willingly because of what I did. And you have done much in that time, my son. You have made mistakes, but you have done everything that you can to right those mistakes. Together, not alone, you can shoulder this burden. And I do not only make the mistake, make this decision because of Ubel. I do it because it is destroying you, Elizabeth.
I am fine. I have always been fine. I can handle it. I was born to handle it.
You almost died.
Do it? Almost! Do you know how many teams I have almost died these past few days? It's fine. We are in a real war, Father. You could have done it. You have shouldered it all. You did for so long. I just want to be worthy of you.
Trying to shoulder the
I don't want to
world
be.
is how I ended up in a position where my own wife kept me in the dark.
Mother,
When you try to be perfect, you lose your humanity. Do not end up like me, Elizabeth.
Mother, there was surely something else going on. We will figure that out. You didn't do anything wrong.
And there is a now that there is no one else here that he has to play the charade for, there is a deep sadness in Gaius at the news that, for one, his wife betrayed him, maybe, and also, or at the very least, wasn't telling him everything. Even like the fact that no one told him that James was there to begin with, and then also that she may be dead, and that the answers to those questions are just going to haunt him forever. That loss is very palpable, but again, his grip on both of his children's shoulder tightens a little bit.
Please. I do not want you to end up to be like me. Be better than me.
All I ever wanted was to be like you.
Oh man, it's hard as Gaius. He's at a loss for words here a little bit because he did instill that in you, and he knows that. He goes to open his mouth, but he doesn't say anything. Yeah,
It's not like she minds James ruling. In her mind, initially, he was the rightful heir, right? She just feels like she failed somehow, and that's what she can't deal with.
And also, not like that you failed, and that also that again that it's Ubel, because like in your mind, without being there, Ubel basically did say, "We're not going to help you revive if whatchamacallit," and then you even have like James saying, "No, we should trust Ubel." This fucking goat herder has been a massive thorn in your side with the entire campaign, constantly sticking to you and then saying he's going to help you and then also betraying you at the same time. It's infuriating, I assume, from Elizabeth's perspective. So
I'm so fucking little.
But all that Gaius does is that he brings you both into a hug, and when in a response to all I've ever wanted to do is be like you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I could not be there for you like I wanted to. I'm sorry that I was not strong enough. But don't you see, Elizabeth? When you try to shoulder the world, you end up like me. You end up years of your life wasted without being able to see how your children grew up because you tried to take everything on yourself. You can't. I couldn't. No one can. You must rely on others.
You could. You really could. You've been out for it, Father. You've been out of it for so long. You've forgotten. Well, she kind of looks around very uncomfortable, right? Like she's very much like, I need to not be hearing this right now. Like this situation is, how did it even come to this?
Yep.
It can take some time.
James, I'm not. I believe you'd make a wonderful leader. I'm not. What did I do wrong? What happened? What was it? Was it about the caravan? I'm sorry. I'll do better next time, please.
You never. It wasn't about you doing wrong. The job I set you up for is impossible. Even if you didn't do anything wrong, it will break you.
Since this whole thing started, I have fought Ajax the Greater. and Don Quixote, and I'm still here. I can do it. You always knew I could.
He doesn't
You
answer
always knew I
anymore.
could, right?
I have nothing but faith for you, my daughter. It was the task, not you.
A ruler will always be alone in the end. Nobody can understand them. You were a ruler, you understand that, right?
I do.
Do I have to give an answer right now?
No.
Then I'd like to think about.
Oh, yeah, and the words of both Archer and Caster are stinging inside of your mind as well. Power means willing to alienate yourself from everyone. It means isolation, that no one will understand you. You said a ruler will always stand alone in the end. Not even their own family will truly understand them. The weight of what that means. And what your father is basically saying is that he understands that as a person that was a leader, and he doesn't want that for you anymore. It broke him, and he's saying that it will break you as well. That isolation will destroy you. And he cannot watch and see his daughter do that. He cannot watch his daughter try to live up to these impossible ideals where you have to isolate yourself from everyone. And so you, assumingly, leaving James and Gaius up there, do you go back to the Blair Manor, or are you just, like, running away?
I think she will, like, kind of shakily go right up to the Blair Manor, right to the point where they can't see her, right?
Yeah.
She doesn't want to worry them. She doesn't want them, like, she wants them to be like, okay, cool, she went back. Then she will run away.
And as you are running and running and running and running through the snow, all that I will say is that on the wind, as if the wind itself is saying it, all that you hear.
Oh, my sweet little Elizabeth. Always told you I was right.
As you hear Archer's voice on the wind, I will end session.
Ooh.
And I had a good session today.
Yeah, I said Obal was eating W's today.
Yeah.
Like, he could not lose. He inherited that Liz. Like, oh.
Chill session went. That was a chill session for the most part.
This was
actually
chill.
very
This
Like,
was the most chill session we've ever had.
Yeah,
This was the
like,
chill session.
probably. Yeah.
I was
all this
listening
makes
to
things
the
awkward.
Astrobot theme during my segment and this segment, and I am just happy. I had a good session.
I don't think the end was chill. You know, Liz is gonna have to battle her demons one way or another. Archer.
By the way, you can't have plans in this campaign because literally, like, when we were having dinner, I wrote down only 2 things I wanted to do: talk to Luvia and talk to Liz. And immediately one of that may just be out of the equation. You can't make a single plan in this thing. Oh, I swear to God, if Luvia is out of her cage or gone or something.
She is not.
Oh, she eats her tongue so that she can't speak. I swear to God, I'm never gonna make a plan again.
Ubel managing to ruin the core reason, well, not core, one of the core reasons that the session called the Blair family is fucked up at the end. Ubel from the top rope with a
Bro.
chair.
Elizabeth is just going to stab me at some point, man. It's like,
the chances of that have significantly gone up. I will say.
correct.
That much.
I thought you were going to do like a long live the king moment and push Gaius off the cliff at like a moment of rage.
No.
Dear God.
That would have been
That's-
it, bro.
Yeah, no, that's literally like Liz would literally just be a fucking villain at that point. Like, there's no turning back. No,
Oh.
Yeah, at that point.
that is not something she would do. Hurting family is like the one line she would never cross.
Now that the
Probably.
now that the shoulder devil is back, though. Oh boy.
What a session.
Oh, there we go. The Blair family. Section number, was it 27? Something like that?
6.
26.
Okay.
But it technically is 27 because we had 2 session 9s.
And I think,
you know,
as a side note, I think that looking forward to see how many episodes are left in my mind, it looks like we're going to reach an even 30. Because I think that in my mind, and now you know how plans in Tibet go. So I don't actually know the answer, but if things go even remotely close to what I think they're going to do, I think that there are 3 more sessions left within the Fate Harmacists.
I mean, let's look at it that way. Do you think that today's session went as you planned it?
For the most part, yes.
Ah, shit. Boys, we gotta do better.
every time Dio goes, oh no, my plans. He's just going, yes, my plans in his head.
There were small scale things that I did not expect, but they might not have impact. So, like, for example, I did not know that to the extent of which Elizabeth was like, nah, I don't really have allegiances towards Archer, but I mean, those allegiances might be bought back now after the end of everything. We'll have to see.
Well,
I'm very curious to know what Elizabeth does now that Archer is back with her.
Liz is matching Archer's energy, right? Because like Liz likes Archer. She likes the mentorship that she's had, but like Archer also taught her that there is no point in this where she wouldn't betray her, right?
Yeah.
So Liz is also like, yeah, I'm also not 100% loyal to Archer, right? Like, it would just be stupid to be.
Yep. Oh, so no,
I think Archer would be disappointed in me if I was 100% loyal to her.
Correct. Archer would be disappointed. But not, yeah. So now I'm curious though, because now the dynamic has changed, and I'm very curious about what the little creature could get you to do.
Liz doesn't have an angel and a devil on her shoulders. She has a devil and a emotionally distant neutral party, which is Caster, on her shoulder.
She can be your devil or you are Caster.
I think that someone had mentioned in the chat that it was very funny, the choice between Archer and Caster is that Archer is honest but extremely unpredictable, where Caster is the opposite. He lies all the time, but he's rather predictable in what he wants to do. He wants to win. He's on that grind set. Oh, but man, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna need a report on what happened to that man.
Oh, well, he's probably dead, right?
We don't know.
Actually, if you think that he loses to Archer to straight up fight.
Probably.
I will say, in a straight up fight, he doesn't stand a chance. I'll say that right now. In terms of power level, I actually have in my mind like we could do this at like the Q&A at the end of the whatchamacallit Fate Harmacists. Or I might just do like a Q&A if anyone wants to. When Fate Harmacists is actually done. But I do actually have in my mind a power ranking of all of the servants.
Yeah, we should do that like a wrap-off session once it's over, just like clearing up every open end that's left.
Yeah. Like, where the fuck is Saber? 3 sessions left. what
There ain't no Saber.
What is happening?
I don't know where Saber is, but I will go ahead and say I know where Ubel is, and he's probably in like the best space he has been in this entire campaign. Because technically he has nothing left fighting for because everybody has left, but he has nothing left fighting for, so he is motivated.
Yep, yeah. Dorian, it's been more than a year. Where the fuck is Saber?
Yeah.
Yeah, every other servant had showed up except for Saber, the big one, the one that everyone did. Saber. So the supposed strongest servant of the campaign, the Saber has been a no-show for the entire campaign. It's very funny. The most popular server is just
That's
gone.
that's my problem, because the person who has Saber shows up as we kill the curse. Like, imagine we do kill it, and then we're like, "Damn, that was one hell of a fight." Saber shows up. Okay, cool. I'm gonna win that Grail War now. Oh no.
Gonna be something really stupid because like there is no way on earth that an actual real like other servant is around and just hasn't chosen themselves. It's gotta be like some sort of like Saber is just like Elizabeth's sword or something. It's gonna be something stupid.
Honestly, Elizabeth has been filling the role as well as anyone could expect of a normal person.
Elizabeth was Saber the whole time.
Saber is like the One Piece.
We will ask you about all the NPCs. Sure. I mean, like, to be fair, so as a heads up, not every plot point will be resolved. The campaign wasn't made to be that way. It's much more of a sandbox instead of like an actual on-rail story. So there are some NPCs like Bernard, for example, that showed up here for a little bit, or even like Lydia's, which got sidetracked a little bit. That one still got resolved in the end. Lydia's did, but it wasn't like a main priority, and so some of the NPCs, such as Lydia herself, didn't show a ton of screen time. So there are some of the NPCs get more screen time than others. Bernard showed up surprisingly little. Yeah, it just happened that way.
I was really looking forward to Noah meeting Noah and other Noah just being cooler than him and him just being upset about it.
Yeah.
That was gonna be his whole thing.
Yeah, because
like I hate that guy.
Because just as in terms of like more funny stories from the first timeline. In the first timeline, Bernard was actually one of like the main characters. They didn't trust Albert at all, and they put Albert on an island. Well, I'll put it that way. The first time I put Albert on an island, and they actually adopted Bernard into the party really, really early. And in fact, they had Bernard use that stupid high athletics to wrestle a whole bunch of shit in the campaign to the crowd.
Oh.
Many more
I mean,
mysteries
that's really cool. I really like how it's like it can be so different, even though it's the same fucking thing.
Yeah, because you can't complete, or like in theory you could, but like because of the way the campaign is set up, you can't really complete every single side quest. So there are a lot of things where like I've put mysteries for things down that aren't mentioned a lot otherwise because we just never got to them, and that's completely okay. That's just like how the campaign is set up. It's like somewhat unsatisfying, I would imagine, but like it is what it is. There's no fucking way I'm going to ever get around to every single one of these things. So like it is what it is.
Yeah, I feel that it doesn't feel like, oh, this is you have to complete this quest, then do this quest and do this. It doesn't feel like that. It feels just like things are happening, and damn, you got to choose which one you're gonna be a part of. Really.
Yeah. Yep. So there are some parts of like certain NPCs, like characters and or their
like if Kaiser didn't pick up the whole thing there with Anna, that would have just happened.
Just as a side note, I don't think I ever told Dorian this specifically, but so Dorian,
Dorian's not caught up. She's bad for being here.
But I don't know if you'd heard it in one of the older sessions or not, because I don't know if you skipped the like the preambles and the ending things, but. As I've just now mentioned, I've run Tibet for a different group of players before, like same NPCs and everything like that, but they were playing different player characters. And I just want you to know that they killed James. They fucking killed James. They killed James in the first version of this. That's a perfect example, by the way. Is that all of that character development from James? They never saw that. They never saw James's redemption arc because from their perspective, James was just the guy that unlocked shit and started the curse for everything. And they were like, fuck you, dude. And they just killed him. When they found out that he did it, they just shot him dead.
What insane. Like an actual fan favorite fucking from this campaign was just like a random guy that just died.
Yes, correct.
I'm gonna
yeah,
say if this
exactly.
was a session 1 Ubel solo campaign, I kind of get where they were coming from. Like,
Yeah, no, it's super hard for us
it
to
does
see
make
it
sense.
from this perspective because James has been such a important character inside of the campaign. But James was in like 3 sessions in the first version of the campaign because they as soon as they found out that he did it, they were like, "Oh, we're gonna kill you. Oh, you're dead. Bye."
Oh dear God.
Do you believe in redemption? No.
Absolutely not. The and Bernard, as mentioned, was like a major player, so they learned a whole bunch more about Bernard. Oh god, and even just as a side note, while they didn't kill Hephaestus, they didn't allow him to do everything that whatchamacallit, that he wanted either. What they did is that they just talked Hephaestus down from doing his shit.
Nice.
They were like, no, you're not him. You're bad, actually.
Honestly, that's like good for them that they managed to do that. That's quality.
Yes, correct. Wait, you can just talk him out of it? You must so if you actually want me to get into this for a second, so I think I had mentioned a few sessions ago that there was another Elizabeth who also W keyed and never got anything wrong. So remember how I had mentioned that for people that know what Fate is, that this Elizabeth in the other campaign learned fucking Kaleidoscope. So this has to do with this. So that Elizabeth opened Kaleidoscope and basically said, in almost every single possible reality of all timelines, you always lose and fail. And he went, oh.
Well, to be fair, even now she's right because even in
Yes.
this timeline, he's like,
correct.
damn it,
ever run a
she's
third
still
game?
winning. She's still winning.
If you ever run a third game of Tibet, you can literally use like the Fate multiverse timeline shit to say, Hephaestus, look, in every single timeline so far you have lost, bro. Like, give it up.
Yes, so she showed him, because you're correct, Don Laffy. You're like, damn, how the hell did she convince Hephaestus of all characters that he was wrong when he is like so like convicted that he's right? Simple. She just proved it. She proved it, opened up the portal to the multiverse, and said, "You always lose." And he went, "Oh, okay."
Unrelated question, but how does one learn this kaleidoscope thing?
You cannot. You're far off from it. You're powerful at all.
Is
You're
3
not learning
sessions enough?
You cannot learn Kaleidoscope in 3 sessions. That was like part of her, like that Elizabeth's whole arc was learning Kaleidoscope, because she came from the Mage's Tower, specifically. So she had learned of it there, and that was like one of her like main things, is that she wanted to learn Kaleidoscope.
We should have done shit like that. We were just dudes. How dare we?
Oh man, yeah, that shit was that. It's super funny in my mind looking at the 2 different timelines. Is that list connected to the root? No, not naturally. No. I don't want to get into how the fuck she managed to do what she did. No, she is not naturally connected to the root.
Yeah, maybe that can be a topic for the wrap up Q&A. Although I think with that we're probably gonna focus on this campaign if we have time.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about the where are they now, assuming anybody survives, and then Q&A.
That's fair.
And then Carnival Phantasm.
Oh, and I can now tell you this now, by the way. The way the campaign is set up is that either Hephaestus or Daigo usually ends up being the final boss, just based on how things work. So it's very funny that you guys killed Hephaestus before he does that. And then Daigo, as I kind of mentioned, Yamada just became the new Daigo. Which is super funny. Because one of those 2 is usually the final boss. If Hephaestus lights up all the towers, then shit gets really fucked. If Daigo is allowed to do Daigo things for too long, shit gets really fucked. They're kind of like ticking time bombs for the campaign, and so the fact that both of them are dead and that one of the player characters is Daigo too, yeah, you know, this happens. Shit just happens.
That's funny.
That is very fascinating. You know, at some point in the far future, you will be like, 160 years old, Dio, and you will be like, I have run this 30 times. There is like a kaleidoscope now of different timelines where the same events go down with different people.
Yep. Yeah. It's super interesting in my perspective specifically because I've seen the two different groups and how they dealt with it. Again, I think I mentioned that they immediately locked on to that Raul Loria wasn't actually a bad guy, or at least fully bad, and they were just like, "We're on your side. Run a train on this whole fucking place. Just run through it." And they sided with Raul, and they just used Raul as a meat shield to beat all the other NPCs up.
They sounded way too efficient. Holy shit.
Very efficient.
Yeah. So next session we're gonna talk for 2 hours before we go to the Rakshasa cave.
I'm down for that.
Yeah, it was the Raul campaign. They knew a lot more about, so like in the same way that you guys know a ton more about James and his potential, the arc that I had planned out for him, or one of the two potential ones, because the other one is the bad James arc, which he hasn't got to go on yet. He's only gotten killed and got to go on the redemption arc. Is that they know a lot more about Raul Loria and his mentality and why he really specifically he's doing what he's doing and whatnot. But we'll get on into that in the AMA and whatnot, because he was more of a side character in this campaign. He was still got more screen time than like Bernard, but like yeah, he didn't show up as much as he did initially.
I am very thankful for being a part of this.
I'm thankful
Yeah,
that you all
it
are
is
my
so
players.
cool.
It's an amazing campaign.
And I'm also thankful to, as with everyone, to the whole entire chat. What's a playbook? Anyway, I'm thankful to the whole entire chat as usual. Thank you for anyone that's stopping by. Special thank you to, I think, Gulag. I'm not crazy, right? It's Gulag? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Gulag for the 10 gifteds.
Yep. Thank you specifically towards Gulag for the 10 gifted.
Thank you, Dorian, for the drawing.
Oh yes, thank you, Dorian, for the art. As usual, the art is amazing.
It's so sad that she drew Liz and it immediately became outdated.
It became obsolete because Liz is doing some gaming. Thank you nonetheless. Thank you to everyone. As mentioned, we will hopefully see you next week unless a meteor hits my house or something like that.
What are you, a dinosaur?
But we will see you all next week for Febu-chan. See you later.
Febu.
See ya.
Bye.